can wait. Oh, wait. Okay. We recognize that the Hogan Administrative Center occupies the land of the Ho-Chunk people. Please take a moment to celebrate and honor this ancestral Ho-Chunk land and the sacred lands of all Indigenous peoples. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Ms. Baumann?
Here.
Ms. Berkedal? Here. Dr. Garcia? Here. Mr. Jackson?
Here.
Dr. Jimenez?
Here.
Mr. Neumeister? Mr. Korberg?
Here.
Dr. Sprague?
Here.
Ms. Sukla? Here.
A quorum of the Board of Education is present, so the regularly scheduled meeting of February 5th, 2024 is called to order. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and face the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So tonight's agenda has previously been distributed to the board. We have a motion by Mr. Korberg and a second by Dr. Jimenez. We'll do a roll call vote tonight.
Ms. Berkedal? Aye. Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Neumeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, so we're going to move right into communication from our student representatives, Lily and Mason. Do you have anything to share tonight?
Of course. Starting off with some fun events. Next week, Pep Club is hosting Snow Days, a big winter-themed dance. And before then, on the 16th, they are also running a games assembly where they do all sorts of different fun games. Like I remember one year we did tag, where we got, one year we did frozen shirts, where two teams had to rip apart frozen shirts and put them on the fastest. Lots of fun stuff. As well, the week after, the 26th, Logan is hosting what we call a chill week, which is focused on improving students' health and fostering a more positive school culture. As well, we are also hosting seminars, different authors, all to celebrate Black History Month every Thursday. And in other news regarding seniors and their application process, a large number applied for the Logan scholarships. And in fact, and this is quoted from Mr. Genevico, he was very impressed by a lot of the applications. So congratulations to all of them, and they will be coming out in a few months now. For sports, of course, winter sports are ending soon, and spring sports will start after that. Boys basketball plays Aquinas tomorrow night, and NHS is hosting a bake sale during that game if anyone would like to support NHS. And finally, in some very big news, students in FCCLA, FBLA, and student dancers all made it to state. So congratulations to them.
I do not have a lot to talk about. There's not much going on at Central right now. NHS did hold a pretty successful blood drive last Wednesday, the 31st. I believe we were able to fill almost, if not all, of the spots that we had open. This week was also the start of Olympic Week, which is a lot like Logan's Snow Days. We just have a bunch of fun dress-up days throughout the week. And then on Thursday, we'll have an assembly where we'll do a whole bunch of different games like tug-of-war and dizzy bat free throw and stuff like that. And then because it's a short week, we'll do our snowball dance next week on Friday the 16th. And then HSA also gets a chance to speak at the Lacrosse Public Education Foundation this Friday to kind of talk about the grant that we got for new CPR mannequins. So that's also exciting.
All right, we're going to move into our school showcase tonight. And tonight, we are showcasing the Longfellow Middle School Outdoor Adventure Club. And we have two representatives here today, Clint Grabhorn and Lila Planavsky. Would you come up to the podium?
Hello, Crosse Board of Education. I'm Clint Grabhorn.
I'm Lila Planowski. I am the library media specialist at Longfellow Middle School. I also coach track and cross country, and we just started the Longfellow Outdoor Club this year, which Clint and I co-lead.
So we're here to showcase ourselves, our club, our students. We'd like to talk about our mission, our accomplishments, and our goals for the school year, summer programming, and the future. Our mission, first slide again. Thank you. Our mission is to empower students with the basic skills and knowledge they need to have incredible outdoor adventures while ensuring safety is our top priority. So we want our students to be capable, comfortable, and prepared in the outdoors.
Another thing in terms of opportunity for students, I think our district does we have a lot of sports, and we have a lot of competitive activities for students, and sports are amazing and sports are great. But I think that there is a broader student population that sports are not reaching, in part just because of their competitive nature. And so one of our goals with Outdoor Club is to offer that opportunity for students that maybe aren't participating in competitive sports for whatever the reasons may be. You can go to the next slide.
So we're going to start by sharing some of our accomplishments this school year. We have accomplished, I believe, 5 events so far. Our first being the Try It Out event at the Cliffwood Bluff Trails. We wanted to share this one because I think it's a testament to the popularity of this club, but it's also kind of a statement on why this club should exist. The Cliffwood Butterfly Trails, as you may know, are 1 mile from Longfellow, accessible. We had 50 students sign up and 50 students show up for the hike. All accomplished the hike. All got a beautiful view of our city and the resources that it has to provide. We want to make sure that in this club, students understand accessibility to these resources, and they have the ability to explore themselves, include their friends, and include their family in these experiences.
Kind of interesting side story, when we were walking up the Cliffwood Butterfly Trails, I had a student and he was like, I have never been hiking. I'm like, how do you make it to age 13 in La Crosse and never be on a hiking trail? We live in the Coulee region where we have this incredible network of trails and outdoor parks and resources. And so to be able to open that up, middle school is really a time where students are forming who they are and who they want to be. And if you can start to develop some of those healthy things that you like to do. I like to go walk in the woods. If you can say that as a middle schooler, that's something that you can continue, and it can be a source of peace, happiness, all the sorts of things as you continue to grow and develop.
This was our second event. This one was a sunset and night hike at Perot State Park. We first want to thank Longfellow PTO for supporting this outing. Without their support, really getting this off the ground would have been much more difficult. This is a really great example of having students test their limits inside of comfortable settings that we as leaders can provide. We took a sunset hike, a pretty challenging hike for many of our students. Again, numbers were great. I believe we had 50 this
Our
time
bus
as
was
well.
full.
Yeah, I mean, we've reached capacity with these trips, so that's a good problem at this point. We also had a sunset hike where students might have felt a little bit of reservation about hiking at night, but with leadership and encouragement and support, did it. Many of them decided to participate, and they felt very, very accomplished afterward. Just the camaraderie the support of their peers, things that we got to witness. We know that these things are things that students want and they need in these events.
In the picture, if you can kind of see the one where we're going up the stairs and there's the little sun top middle. As we were walking and looking at that view, a student looks at me and goes, "This is the most beautiful place I've ever been in my life." And it was like, yes, you know, this is an amazing place. Another note on this trip, we have had, and actually on every single one of our trips, we have a student who is in the special education program for students with intellectual disabilities, and she also receives services for adapted PE. And she has come on every single one of our hikes, and she came skiing last time too. And so that has been really awesome. I think when we're talking about accessibility, I think had that student gone out for 7th grade volleyball or basketball, I don't think her experience might have been quite as positive. And so that was really neat, but I think in terms of ways in which the School District of La Crosse can support outdoor club and other clubs being really, really accessible is making sure that we do have enough paid staff to make it happen. John Boddick has been really awesome when we told him, we're like, this kid's coming, like, can we make sure that her adapted PE teacher gets paid? He was like, yes, absolutely. But that is just something looking into it when you have a pretty wide variety of paces on a hike, just making sure there's enough staff to keep it safe.
These are some photos of our first ski, there's one of our second ski trip in there as well. Our first and second ski and snowboard trips to Mount La Crosse. We have a third and final on the schedule for February 20th, if we can maintain a little bit of snowpack. We just kind of wanted to share a couple stories about this trip. I actually have a great story that I like to share about this. We have an adventure club student who has been on each and every one of our trips. And I said to this student, maybe I'll give you a little bit of background first. This student has been in the United States for about a year and a half. And a lot of the experiences that we provided to this student have been, by all means, brand new. Yes. And I said, are you coming on our 5th adventure? We're going skiing. And the student said, of course I'm coming. And I said, have you been skiing before? And she said, what's skiing? So she's excited. She has a sense of adventure. She just needs to be introduced. She needs to feel comfortable, and she needs a little bit of guidance doing that. So we're happy to be able to provide that, not only to her, but a lot of students who are sort of wandering outside of their comfort zone and finding that there is a true love for these things. So
one of the things from our last trip that made me the happiest was seeing just the social connections that the students were making and the ways in which they were helping. You would have skiers that would be a little bit more advanced. Maybe it wasn't their very, very first time out, and they felt comfortable going down Apple Bottom. And the way in which they would coach their friends and just help them learn how to feel comfortable and do it was just such positive social connection, I think, really at the heart of what middle school friendships can be and should be.
Of the 40 students that joined us on this trip, 35 had never skied or snowboarded before. So this was exposure at its best.
And with that too, we were able to, we have a policy that we're calling ski scholarships, where if a student one of our big goals with Outdoor Adventure Club is to have it be accessible for all. We don't want to put something out and to say, if your parents can come up with the money. All of our trips have been free except for the ski one, which we got a greatly reduced rate. It was $16 for lift ticket, $23 for ski and rental. So still within the realm of affordable, but we did put out there, if anybody, you bring this home to your parents and they say, I'd love to have you go, but that's a lot of money, come back to us, and we've been able to partner with RAC funds for those names and make a ski scholarship is what we're calling it.
So our goals. We've fortunately accomplished many of our goals this year, but we still have some that we'd like to make happen. First, welcome more students to the school year club. We have consistent numbers, but each time we welcome new students. Second, focus on equitable opportunities. We demonstrated in this today that we are continuing to do our best to make sure that these opportunities are available to a variety of students, whether it's affordability, physical access, things like that. 3, create summer programming. I just want to stop for a moment and thank Garrett Fisher for helping us sort of develop summer programming. We are hoping to offer some summer programming, quote, backpacking 101 course for some of our students at Longfellow. One of our future goals, number 4, is to purchase gear for overnight and wilderness adventures.
And we have our course on the list approved for summer school programming, so we're really feeling very optimistic that we're going to get the gear in time to make that happen. We will be taking students, we're going to do some introductory backpacking skills in Hickson Forest for the first 2 days. And then the following day, we'll take them to Yellow River. You can follow up with a second part.
Yeah, Yellow River State Forest, we've been speaking with the ranger down there, making accommodations for a single overnight at a Paint Creek Unit campground where we'll continue our skills building. The second night, we'll actually embark on a journey on a 12-mile backpacking loop that they have at Yellow River State Forest. So we'll do a primitive campsite where students can test their backpacking skills and sleep out on the trail for one night before we head back the following day. So we've got a bit of a progressive challenge for our students planned in Summer Backpacking 101.
I think some of the things that students can learn, they can realize that they can do something that they didn't think they maybe could do, and I think things like that really do apply when they come back to the classroom. They're maybe more willing to take on that math problem that they thought they couldn't do. They gain just a sense of self-confidence in themselves in both their physical and mental abilities to take on things that they might think are challenging, and to partner with their friends and ask for help when they need help, rely on those around them to be able to accomplish things.
So currently, in order to make this happen, we have some gear needs. We'd like these needs to, well, we hope to have these needs met this year, but we also hope that these gear needs will sort of satisfy and sustain our programming, not only during the school year, but during our summer programming for 5 to 10 plus years to come, if we're able to obtain this gear. This gear includes backpacks, sleeping bags, sleeping pads, water filters, tent stakes, camp stoves, sleeping pads, or all the things that you would need to make this happen. So far, we've had some contributing partners, including Longfellow PTO, Longfellow Middle School, La Crosse Kiwanis Club, Cooley Region Sierra Club, and community members through LPEF's Kindful donation platform. We're very hopeful to be able to work with LPEF in the spring, applying for a Gold Star grant to satisfy and fulfill the remainder of our gear requests so that we can make this summer school programming happen this year and into the future.
I think in terms of future support, and I guess this is the advocacy piece, which is part of why we came, because I think it's good for the board to hear some of the things that can make things like this sustainable and happen, broaden maybe how they're happening, where they're happening, et cetera. And a couple of things that we just want to highlight for that. The first one would be funding for busing. For adventures. So right now when we want to get funding, we're having to go to our PTO, we're having to, stay after work, be there at 5 p.m., and it's a lot of work. The grants that we have been writing have been a lot of work. And 1 year of a lot of work for funding is one thing, but really into the future, a lot of those things really should be self-sustaining. I think when we're looking at programs like Outdoor Adventure Club, we should be looking at it similar to how we look at our track team, our cross-country team, our basketball teams, in which we have a set budget in our zero-based budget of this is how much money Outdoor Adventure Club needs for busing. And that's just something that happens. So we're not having to go that extra mile to try to procure and come up with the funding for these opportunities happen for our kids.
We'd also like to just advocate to make sure that we are paying staff fairly for their time. We have had a lot of staff spend a little bit of time either volunteering and brainstorming, coming with, but we'd also like to make sure that we have enough staffing to make these events safe for as many students as we'd like to accommodate for. We're currently sharing, Lila and I are sharing one contract for this club, and we'd like to just make sure that in the future, we and our colleagues who've come along with us can be fairly compensated for the work, planning, and preparation.
We've definitely each put in, and we'll continue with what we have planned through the spring, a full contract worth of work. So we'd really like to see it, we've had 50 plus kids at all of our events, so we'd really like to see that as it moves into the future, that be something that is staff are properly compensated for.
I had a parent, a Logan Middle School parent, actually reach out to me this weekend and say, when is this coming to Logan? When are you guys going to make it happen for the Logan students? And I would love to make that happen, but I think our reach as middle school teachers at Longfellow can only go so far at this point. But we just wanted to make it known that we believe, based on what we've heard from other community members, that there is a demand for it from students and from parents, that these types of programs should happen.
And I could see it being something, you know, I just saw an email come out looking for a tennis coach at Longfellow, we're short one. So something like that, where if the funding is already set for Logan and it comes with $1,000 for busing, I could see that being a really easier, like we've been bringing this from the ground up and have had to go through some of those startup things, like how do we get the initial club contract? How do we procure busing? Where do we get the gear? So I think to bring it to, for equity, we should have the same things at Logan, opportunities for students that we have at Longfellow. And so I think to be able to have some of that, this is something, if there was a teachers at Logan that wanted to pick it up, maybe the funding was already set for that, I think would make it some of those opportunities easier to help get them started.
Finally, we just want to push for continued support for experience-based outdoor education, both during the school day and as enrichment opportunities. Additionally, we'd like to encourage the school district to partner with other local organizations, including Aura and GROW, other organizations like Sierra Club, Kiwanis, that have reached out and said that they want these things to happen for students and that they are willing to collaborate and make them happen if they can.
We're really excited about, there is a new site with Aura that will be also within walking distance of Longfellow. But it would be really awesome to be able to have some of those partnerships with Aura, maybe a 15-passenger van or two that we could just like pop over there. That would be really great. Anybody wants to buy us one of those? We'll take it. So just some of those ways to make it be something that's not a huge amount of work to plan. Like if we didn't have to do a busing contract every time we wanted to go to Hickson. So we could have practices, we'll call them since we're using the sports comparison. But if we could make some of those, you know, Wednesdays in December, we're going to Hickson and we're snowshoeing. Where if we could make some of those just more easy to have them happen. We do know like other districts, Holman and West Salem both have 15-passenger vans that they use in some ways like this. So some of those ways to just, I think a lot of what we talked about tonight is breaking down barriers to get students trying new things that they've never tried before, breaking down barriers to access to the outdoors, be it financial barriers or, you know, limitations, potential physical limitations, all of the barriers.
We just wanted to thank you for listening, for support, for having us here tonight. We wanted to thank administrators, John Boddick, Garrett Fisher, for giving us this opportunity and sort of trusting us to build this program with their support. So much appreciated.
Thank you so much. That seems very If you want to hang out just a second, if board members, do we have any questions or comments? If you want to hang out for just 1 second longer.
I do have a question. So you mentioned, at least in the first couple of activities, there were 50 students signed up, 50 students attending. I'm assuming that's kind of the cap you reached with the staffing you had available for.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, we sort of throttled back advertising when we saw the numbers that were coming in because we knew that at the time we had us and I believe it was 2 paid supervision teachers and 2 volunteer parents. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we kind of pulled back knowing that 50 was kind of our magic number. We couldn't really sustain too much more.
So it's wonderful that you've had so many kind of repeat offenders then too, which is great. I'm assuming then that there are more than 50 who are interested in signing up. I think you have a remarkable proof of concept here, which is definitely outstanding. So.
And I think it's the social, middle school is all about social for students. And I think it's something where when their friends start to go and be excited about it, I think we're going to have a lot of students want to come on the 20th to our final ski event. So once their friends go and they've gone to one and then they recruit a friend and you really see them it grow that way too.
Great. I think it's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I love this program. I never played any organized sports in high school or middle school and didn't realize until I was a camp counselor in college, that I like hiking and swimming and biking and camping and all those kinds of things. And I always thought, why don't they do that at school for PE, like first aid and outdoor stuff? So I'm excited that you're doing it.
I saw there was an ask for some help, donations, things like that. How can the community get a hold of you, or can you give us some contact on the ways you'd like people to maybe get donations to you, or find ways they can get involved to help? Is there ways that we can do that?
That'd be great. Actually, we should have timed this a little bit better,
I
but
know.
up until just about a week ago, LPEF actually helped us with the Kindful donations page, and we had that open for about 2 months, I believe. So we got a little bit of traction on there, but just in terms of kind of blasting it to our online community of friends, we only pushed so hard. So we've been doing a lot of grant writing to organizations like the Gunderson Fund or Kiwanis, Sierra Club, FSPA. So we've been reaching out to community organizations that we know have similar interests and are willing to fund. But that's a great question. I believe after we work with LPEF's Gold Star grant, we're probably going to ask them again if we could continue to work to reach out to the community.
I mean, I think if there was somebody who you knew of that was wanting to make a donation to Longfellow's Outdoor Club specifically, as long as we were following district donation policies, we have a club account and there's money in it, and there's a bank balance on that, and that money can then be spent in ways that we, have laid out for our club. So.
Just reach out to the district or Longfellow, we'll make sure it gets to the right place.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we will move into the strategic planning portion of our meeting. And I had sent an email to all board members this weekend about kind of a rough plan of how we should kind of form our discussions. So last time we stopped reviewing options at number 5. So we're gonna pick up and finish reviewing our options. And then I'd like to get to the point where we're removing some from the table, because the number of options that we're considering is now even more than when we started, which is wonderful creative thinking, but also extremely stressful for the community. And as the president, I have to kind of manage these meetings and keep track of making sure that everybody has all the information they need for all the different proposals. And we now have 2 weeks left in our plan. And we have to kind of get moving. So let's look at, I think we're at number 5 is where we're going to begin reviewing. So if you have your documents in front of you or on your screen, and I'll do a similar format to what we did last time, where we just open discussion for these options, and then we'll move into the discussion about how we will remove. So number 5 is a referendum that maximizes elementary locations where students live. This one closes Northwoods, and then in 2027 would close Hinchin and have Spence and Hinchin consolidate into a new site, a new building at the Spence site. And I want to refrain from using the names of existing schools on sites when we're talking about new buildings, only so that it's clear that this is now a new community, not what has existed. And then in 2028, Summit closes. So I'll pause here for questions or comments from board members as we consider this option. A reminder, there are lots of steps in these options. My goal is to get 1 step for next year. I think it is very hard to look down the barrel of 2 options. And if we do choose a path of referendum, the success of the referendum may dictate the second option or the new first option, right? So Any other, number 5, we can move on to number 6. Number 6 is another referendum option. This is a 3-school combination. We have another 3-school combination submitted by Mr. Jackson before the last meeting. This one combines Emerson, Spence, and Hinchin at the Spence location in a new structure. Northwoods would become a non-boundary charter school. Polytechnic would move to Northwoods. So in 2024, the savings would be 0.6 million. 2027 is when consolidation occurs and the majority of the savings would occur. And then in 2028, Summit closes.
In this proposal, Hamilton remains open, is that correct? Without a charter in it, so only about 100 kids.
This does not include any plans for moving Soda out. Soda's the charter at Hamilton.
It would just make Northwoods a non-boundary school, and Polytechnic would go to Northwoods, not Soda in this case.
Say all that again.
Yeah, so the Northwoods would become non-boundary, so it'd be a kind of a charter school. But
Okay.
the building, the school that would join them would be Polytechnic as opposed to Soda. So there would be, those 120 students
And Montessori would be where?
would remain at Northside.
Other thoughts on this one or questions? Need for more information on this one before we move on?
I mean, I think Polytech is located downtown, so it can collaborate with businesses on its project-based learning. So I'm not sure moving it to a location so isolated from the communities that it's built around that collaborative structure. So if it's not in that location to do that, I'm not sure how it continues as a,
I agree, I mentioned that last meeting.
yeah.
My question or concern on number 6 is, again, it talks about, it would include moving Poly and Emerson that we received an enormous amount of input on, including comments that, why are we not following the FAC advisory yet? We haven't been able to discuss that. And I feel like for public transparency, we should address that at some point, maybe not as we're going through these options, but at some point in this conversation, and today or tomorrow.
Sure, so the FAC proposal is still on the table, and we can talk about that today. So I'm hearing a sticking point with Polytechnic going to Northwoods.
Just for some additional information there, Polytechnic in a previous incarnation, was the La Crosse Design Institute in Seven Rivers. It was formulated around project-based learning, and certainly the location downtown has been an advantage and has facilitated youth apprenticeships and lots of amazing partnerships, but its philosophical structure is around project-based learning as opposed to a particular location in the downtown area. Certainly as the site was found and opportunities developed, it has created that integration, but I'd just like to reinforce that, there's a particular philosophy around a way of learning as opposed to a particular site.
Have there been any security issues with the building downtown? I've heard rumors in the community, but I don't know. I mean, I've heard that there's been some interactions between students and individuals in the community that aren't supportive of the students.
Yeah, for a little while, with our challenges around the unsheltered population, we had some interactions at Cameron Park there, but the city has developed a comprehensive 5-year plan to address homelessness in the area, and a lot of those challenges have diminished substantially over the last year, and so I haven't heard of anything specific recently. There's been some adult interactions that have been challenging and that we're certainly aware of, but I haven't been made aware of personally significant student issues.
Thank you.
I guess my only sticking point, and honestly, it comes back to the one I brought up last time too, is just size of school. So I know North Side was built to accommodate 550 students. It seems to be the sweet spot from what you're telling us, or we're getting feedback as far as design of building. If you put Emerson, Spence, Hinchin in the single building, and similarly if you did Hamilton, Spence, Hinchin, take the geography and everything out of it, it's, I mean, for this one on 6, it's 854 students. That's just,
Bigger than high schools.
yeah, it's bigger than the middle schools.
Yeah.
So I think we'd want to probably pause a little bit on that, at least I'm pausing a little bit
Sure.
on that, because that's, and that's been a little bit of trying to figure out how to make all this work is,
Plus, I don't like the locations of our buildings in this proposal either.
Can we, as we go through these, move to remove them?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I move to remove number 6 off.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Ms. Berkedal,
Aye.
Dr. Garcia,
Aye.
Mr. Jackson,
aye.
Dr. Jimenez,
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister,
Aye.
Mr. Korberg,
Aye.
Dr. Sprague,
Aye.
Ms. Sukla,
Aye.
Ms. Baumann.
Aye. All right, so we have struck number 6, good job. Down 1. Like 9 more to go. Okay. That is the end of what the administration proposed to the board as options. Now we are going to look at the RFI document to see the options proposed by board members. And Mr. Jackson will wedge yours in at the end of the, I think we have
I
3.
didn't expect us to get to that one today.
Okay. So if you open up that RFI document, which my screen is taking a little while to load, I'll look it up. So we have, the first one is, was proposed last week by Ms. Sukla.
It's just a proposal. I've received some very pointed communications from people in the community because I dared suggest something, thinking outside the box, and it's just, I guess putting my name on it feels a little pointed. I'm just gonna.
So we're not,
It's
I guess we
difficulty.
could just say, the plans are not necessarily endorsed, they're just
A suggestion.
considered by the board as a area. So for the record of the viewing public and those in the audience, this is just an exploration of one option, not necessarily endorsed by the person who proposed it. And we won't know about the board unless we vote on it. So option number 8 is a referendum option to consolidate Emerson and Spence at the Hogan site. And to, Polytechnic would move to Central, Hogan would move to Polytechnic building. The first step in the referendum is the consolidation of Emerson and Spence, which would save, through closing one building, $1.4 million. And then there would be a referendum to build a new middle school at the old Spence site, which would save us about $2 million total. So if you note the assessment there, the course of action would need some additional savings found in other ways, but this would address at least one of the elementary schools and new to the discussion, a middle school option. I will pause now for comments.
Am I remembering correctly that the consolidation of Emerson and Spence would occur on the Hogan site? That would be the plan here?
In this plan, yes.
Yeah.
And then the Spence site would build a
The
new
new middle
Southside
school, yeah.
middle school, which would leave and again, this is just looking at the age of buildings. After I looked at numbers of students per building, it does create a pretty big school, bigger than probably the north side, so that has caused me to think about this in a different light. But as far as old buildings, this building's an old building, are both of our middle schools. Emerson's our oldest elementary, and Spence is one of our other oldest elementaries. The only other one, Spence was built the same year as Summit. So that's, and we had considered a consolidation on the north side. I think, again, in retrospect, this is, in the north side, the socioeconomic balances per building that were combined were similar. I don't know that that's the same here. I think it's creating an uncomfortable dynamic in the community because it's different populations as well. So that's, there's some challenges with it. I'm not ready to walk away from it, but I think there's some things we have to look at in this one.
I would just throw out there, when we put together course of action number, the Emerson and Spence consolidation, with that comes some adjusted boundaries. And 4, thank you, number 4. And so the link there shows a suggested boundary that is a possibility, which puts the enrollment at that new building at under 550, so it'd be similar to Northside. It would involve
Thank you.
disrupting that. It wouldn't be a perfect combination of the two sites with that option number 4, whereas option number 5 might be a little bit cleaner in terms of solely combining those two attendance areas. So just wanted to throw that out there for folks.
Thank you.
There's parts of this one I really like. My biggest question mark is around the need to build a new middle school as quickly as it proposes.
It wouldn't need, I mean, I think that's a good question for the board to think about. Both our middle schools were built in 1939. They're quickly moving in on 100 years old. Obviously, there've been renovations since then, but the core buildings are still that old, and so we need to do something, and we can't just keep waiting. And I complained for 17 years, when I was on the board earlier, for 17 years that our middle schools are old, and we still haven't done anything. So I guess my recommendation is at least the Spence site would be reserved until a referendum was done for a middle school. It wouldn't have to be done right away. I guess that would be the board to decide.
Dr. Engel, can you remind me, with the referendum we passed, there was some investment in the middle schools, what that amount was?
I think it was about $3 million this year, between some referendum dollars in the first year and then our ongoing budgetary dollars to improve those to accommodate the students coming into those buildings.
And that's for both combined, like a total?
Combined, correct.
This is just one very small sample size, but one student's perspective from I was kind of bouncing these sorts of concepts off of my son and asked if he would be super pumped if he could go to a new middle school. And he's like, what? No, I love Longfellow. It's so cool. I don't know. That's just one. Yes, it's old. It's dingy in some areas.
It's not as bad as
I mean, but among the problems at Longfellow, of course, are, and I know the district has worked to make improvements, is the drop-off area continues to be a challenge, and there isn't really a lot of outdoor space there, and so.
There's a good-sized field.
There is, but they still end up using space at the high school. So I just, again, thinking about what a middle school could really have, it seemed like the additional acreage at the Spence site would be nice for that. That was my thinking. But it's nice to hear they like the school.
Yeah.
I think we will continuously run into problems if we're considering an opinion about a school. Because I have not heard any person say this, I'm at this place now, this one should be the one, you know, like, we constantly hear amazing, wonderful things that are unique to each school, and that's like a challenge as we go through this work. Yeah.
Mr. Newmeister was trying to say
Oh.
something. I thought I heard something.
Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you. I actually was just going to bring up what you brought up. The hardest thing we're facing here is the decision we have to make affects not only the students, but the parents and our fantastic staff. And no matter what decision we come up with, we're going to upset people because it's going to give people heartache, and it's a change. But we have to be honest with ourselves that something has to be done, and we need to make that soon. So we just need to do what we feel is best for not only the children, the taxpayers, and the staff, but we know we're going to upset people. It's just the way it is. If your kids went to a school, or your grandkids, whatever, you have a special place in your heart for that, and emotions run wild at these decisions. But we're going to have to come up with something because something has to be done, at least with one school this year. And I think Deb's proposal makes terrific sense, along with many others. So we need to just dig it deep.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think for this option, I think that the Emerson-Spence referendum accomplishes the goal of, you know, addressing our facility footprint while also investing in a neighborhood where students are living. Like if we look at our handy little heat map and where Hogan is, there's a lot of students right around that space. It also addresses our two higher need facilities. So in a lot of ways, I feel like the option to consolidate Emerson and Spence at a new location like Hogan uses the FAC work of identifying a priority of neighborhood schools and locating investments where students live. I know it would be an extreme challenge because Emerson and Spence are established schools in this community, but I think we also have to be very mindful about the full district that we serve and not get so narrow in the way that we look at our problems to cater a decision to maybe like, I don't know, not upset established spaces.
Can I bring up one more thing quick, please?
Yep.
If everyone remembers, when Jefferson closed and we decided to combine Jefferson and Franklin, there was a lot of heartache at that point too. And I think everyone involved at this point is very happy with the outcome. We've got a beautiful Northside school, and I think we did what was best for not only the students, but the taxpayers and parents alike. So, the combination of schools, while it does give fear in people, it also can turn out to be a wonderful avenue.
I think I would agree with everything you said. The one challenge I have with this example is that it doesn't meet the threshold of saving $3 million, right? And I don't like the options that we would have to take on in order to make up the extra million. So I don't want to remove this item because I think there's other ways potentially we can get there. But if you bring up laying staff off, cutting programs, limiting wage increases, or reducing benefits, I'm not in favor in any way, shape, or form. So, and that's just where I'm at. So I like a lot of this. That's the one piece that's the sticking point for me.
Yeah, and I would agree. I do not favor finding savings in our staff and in our programs and services.
The other disadvantage with this one is it puts us back into the dividing students once they
Right.
are done with the building.
Right.
And one of the advantages of we talked for years about when we would close Lincoln is we would have elementary feeder schools into middle schools into high schools. And so
Right.
that's one thing that this
Does not do.
would not do.
Mhm.
I will say, I mean, like I said last meeting, it got me thinking about just past the elementary schools and how do we make ourselves competitive as a district? It's not just about, we need to do the operational thing and make sure our buildings are safe and they're secure and they're updated and they're great for our environment for our students and our teachers. But we also have 3 districts that have spent a lot of money that are surrounding us, that are pulling or potentially pulling families because they have new facilities. And I'm not just saying that's the reason, that's the sole reason, but it's something we have to be cognizant of as a district, that what we do and the perception that the community has of us, and that is, a lot of that is our buildings, goes into some of the decisions. So I will agree there's things I don't like about all of these proposals, and I think that's where we're gonna kind of find is what do we like from each one of these, and we're gonna make something out of all of them, which sucks because.
I just want to get through the first step.
I know, and I'm not going to make any more.
We just have to get through the first step.
I did more. But I think that's where at least my head went was,
Well,
Juan,
and
I think I'm with you. I don't want to, it doesn't hit a lot of the thresholds, but at least it got me thinking more about the future.
Okay, we're gonna move on to number 9.
You can pull 9 if you
This
want.
is number 9 you don't want to talk about? Well,
You can
it's
pull,
in there.
'cause you can, everybody can have a discussion about it, but I have the same,
I guess
same
we'll go back
reservations
to
I have
number
on the
8.
elementaries.
Number 8 and number 9 have a similar, and I want to
Mhm.
discuss this because in the last one, Polytechnic moving to Northwoods was not something that the board wanted to do.
Mhm.
This one has, these two have Polytechnic going to Central. Is that something that board members support or don't? Miss-
I don't support it. Again, it takes, we spent a lot of money on that building downtown, and it's doing what it's supposed to do, and it's having success. And part of the reason it's having a major success is because of its location, and maybe eventually we would bring our high school students from Polytech to one of our high schools, but I don't think the rest of the students would benefit from that move.
How many students are enrolled in Polytech?
About 120 each year, fluctuates just a little bit, so
And
there's
they're-
about 17 per grade level.
Has that been growing since they moved downtown or decreasing?
120 is the capacity,
It's capacity.
and so it's been at capacity.
Okay.
We don't have to address it if we're not ready to discuss it. We can keep moving on through the proposals, but I just wanted to throw that out there as that was a different piece. And since there was discussion around Polytechnic moving to Northwoods as not being, and that was one of my winnowing questions that we would get to as we go.
I agree with Mr. Corbard. It was built for those reasons and it's at capacity. I don't know. I think the thing I'm struggling with is like, not to keep reopening old wounds, but with the high school consolidation plan, there was a real vision for how everything was gonna improve. And with this one, I'm not, and maybe I'm just missing it somehow, but I'm kind of lacking the vision. I get the money and I can put the buildings together in different configurations to come up with the money, but I don't know what the vision is. And it seems like maybe Facilities Advisory Committee came at it backwards. No, not backwards. They worked their way into the vision question, even though they didn't start with that, by saying they wanted neighborhood schools. And I don't know what that means for Polytech, but like if neighborhood schools, having schools in the neighborhoods where kids are, if that's the vision for the future of the district, then that helps me figure out which of these plans are in line with the community's desires and the vision. But I'm not sure if that is, because there's still a lot of love and discussion and concern for like specialty schools and choices and options. And we talk about being a school district of choice, meaning that students have choices for lots of different kinds of pedagogy, and also teachers choose to be there because they're well supported and well funded, and these are sometimes in direct financial competition with one another. So that didn't answer any
I've
questions.
been having the
but-
same thoughts you have, and I feel like I'm Monday morning quarterbacking because there's been years of effort prior to me even thinking about running for board again. So I don't want to sound disrespectful, and it is Monday morning quarterbacking, but it seems like we tried the high school consolidation, that didn't work. Then we tried the FAC, and I think there have been some pros and cons to that. Now it's on the table here, and I think, and then when we go to the public, we're like, so here's the cut we're gonna make, here's the thing we're gonna do that you don't like, and what do you think about it? And then we don't get positive feedback, not surprisingly. And maybe instead, and again, I'm talking about buying time, which we may or may not have, is instead of asking for public reaction, how do we get public input? Like, what do you really want? Do you want neighborhood schools? And do you want neighborhood schools knowing they cost X?
Yeah.
And I think, how do we have that conversation with the public? And again, if I sound disrespectful to anything that's preceded this, I don't mean it at all, because it's only occurred to me now that we're here with very, very difficult choices. And so I've been thinking the same thing. I feel like we're kind of coming at this maybe from the wrong direction. Something has to happen. Our buildings are getting older and we have fewer students. I don't know why, but the birth rate is a part of it. There's been another shift more recently. I don't know what that's about, but even if that improved, the birth rate is still the birth rate, and we still have increasing costs, older buildings that keep getting older every single year, and fewer students because of birth rate, and something has to change. With all that said, what is that change? And something has to give.
So it's very complicated, isn't it? Because I think you'll go to the community and we'll still hear, don't close my school, right? That, depending on what segments of the population you're talking to, who's in the room, you will hear messages that are hard and conflicting. We're up against a wall. We're like at the bottom of a deficit hole trying to vision. And how can you see when you're in a pit? I think that these referendum options give us a chance to both climb out of the hole and peek over the edge and try to plan for the future in a more strategic way. Full transparency, I came to this meeting incredibly nervous about the number of options that we have on the table and the kind of continued like, well, here's a plan, we'll see if this one's the one that works, or maybe this is the best one, and we just keep jumbling stuff around. We've got 2 weeks that we've committed. And I talked to Erin about like, what happens if we're not ready? To me, the increase in number of options is a symptom of potentially the board not feeling ready to make a choice, which is really hard to be at when we've got this deficit problem, right? So I think for the administration to prepare for next year, we need to give some path. Basically, at the most basic level, are we going to go to referendum or not? And then if it's a not, we have only a few options to consider. If it is, we potentially have a little bit more time to do that visioning, because we've told the administration we're working on it. We don't have it exactly, but we're going to get there. The problem with that is the community is waiting for us to come to a decision. And the longer we throw ideas out there, the longer that like anxiety sits out there, and it's not helpful for visioning. So I don't really like know, and I'm not the only person who has to decide like what the steps are that we do, because we're a 9-person board. But I just wanted to put that out there. I have anxieties about how this is gonna go. I do believe we need to give some sort of indication of a path to the administration so they can find a way to get through a year without addressing staff, without touching our services or programs, if we need to do a little bit more time visioning. The problem is the time frame for visioning is not long, and we've received survey results through the FAC. We've had the FAC meet. We had survey results through the high school referendum discussions. We have a lot of data. We have enrollment trends. We have demographics. We have the unique pieces that each school brings, the unique curricular pieces. We have a heat map of where people live. We've got a lot. I don't know that more time would surface more information necessarily. But that's something that if this conversation went the way I thought it would, and it did, I wanted to bring up as like, what do you all want to do?
Can I start us off?
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I want to go back to Meredith's comments before as well, and thinking about being forward-thinking. And part of my reservation about options 2 and 3, and recognizing this isn't a slight on the FAC, because they were working under particular constraints with a particular mission in mind, right? But that simply closing things gets us to the dollar values that we're looking for, but it lacks what's next for the district. It lacks the visioning for me. And I also want to encourage all of us to remember that when we're talking about how we represent the community, that not one of us represents everybody, right? And we all travel in our circles and live in our bubbles to some extent, and hopefully we're all reaching outside of those as much as is possible. But when we receive consistent feedback that sounds the same, it's probably as much a function of who we are and who our social networks are as it is of the general community census. So I want to have some humility about that when we talk about how we're representing the community. And then I will add to that one thing I am hearing as I talk to people is a sense of understanding that something needs to happen, right? That as difficult as it may be, we need to move forward. We need to be thinking about the longer term stability and the opportunity, not even just the stability, the opportunities that we're able to offer students. And that again brings me back to thinking about 2 and 3 and what do they allow us to improve, aside from the finances? What expanded opportunities are they enabling us to give? What additional support, what additional programming? And I'm not sure that that vision is in there. I just wanted to throw that out. I don't mean that as I will vote no or yay on either of those options. I wanted that as a consideration, and that's where I'm at. I'm not afraid of a referendum for a consolidation because I think the community broadly understands the need for something.
There are some rules about when referendums can occur. When can they occur? Just for my understanding. Again, I'm in my mind buying time, but I know there's those constraints as well.
Yeah, so it needs to be, the question needs to be addressed by the board at least 70 days in advance of a referendum opportunity, and those occur at the general and primary elections. There's some other weird elections you could potentially hold them at. Most people hold them on the April nonpartisan election, the general, and the November partisan general election. You know, in the scenarios that I've created here, it all imagines a November 24 election, so this November.
So if it didn't happen this November, it could happen in April, but if we wanted on in November, then it would have to be 2 years, correct?
Correct. There'd also be the spring primary in February of 25 too, so it'd be about 2 months later, but that's really tight turnaround.
Can you do it in that, or do you have to wait for the spring primary? I mean, the spring election.
Can the referendum be in the primary? Is that what you're asking?
I don't think it can.
Oh.
I mean, they've restricted it a lot.
May need to be at the generals. I've heard of schools going at other times
Maybe I
though,
could be wrong.
so.
I'm not 100%. I just know you can't.
Regardless, the best times based on the success that school districts have had has been either the spring or November the elections, the general elections themselves. The primaries are not great times to go, and people feel disenfranchised to a certain extent, so.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to understand
Yeah.
what those restrictions were. Thank you.
Yeah, and then you can go to referendum twice, 2 questions in a year. So either 2 questions on one ballot or 1 question on 2 different elections. That's just some other context. If it were to fail in one period, you would have to think about that for a second period.
Since we did one this April for operating, we could do one in November.
Yeah, and it was last April. It's hard to imagine, but it was already
And
Oh,
last
yeah.
year.
We're coming
Yeah.
up on April. It feels like April, but
Holy
we're
cow.
not there.
Yeah, I know. It's almost a year ago.
We've missed the
so.
deadline for this April if we had wanted to, yes. It would have had to have been
Okay.
done back in
Okay,
December and
yeah,
nothing
thank you.
was.
Catching up here. Time flies.
So
when
I
you're
do
having
want to emphasize, though, there's a cost to waiting and working on it more, okay? So just me saying all that is not necessarily an endorsement. I personally feel prepared. I've combed through this like daily, nightly, all the time. All of the options are hard, but my concern was we need 5 people to agree on a path. With the sheer number of options we have, there are a lot of similarities which we could look at as we go, but I just wanted to throw that out there and have you kind of sit with it a bit.
I wonder if it would be helpful to start talking about what we want instead of trying to weed out what we don't want. Like, what if we're all more closely in alignment than we realize we are? And
We could
I
do
want us to
that.
be wary of like delay tactics that we may be
Right.
using consciously.
Right.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
we're-
No, and I think that's really important to note because, and this is kind of why I see that all of the options as a symptom of just kind of, it's either we don't feel prepared or we're like hoping.
Like a
in 2
magical
weeks-
option will
in
come
2
up
weeks,
that
we're gonna come up
everybody
with the
loves and
thing,
everyone's
yes,
happy about.
which is not, that's not, this has been a thing in the community for a long time, so. We can, so I guess I'll, I'll do this. We can keep combing through the proposed options. There are similarities. They're all referendums. I'm gonna point that out first. So at this point, if we wanna talk about things that we're gelling around, I wanna talk about referendum or not. Because that will weed out some options. That will also signify to the administration that there will not be a closure necessarily next fall.
I'm
So,
in favor of going to referendum.
to bring two schools
Yes.
together in a new building. Let's be
Yes.
clear what that is too.
Right.
Well, should we say at least two buildings, right? I mean, there could be options.
Sure, we haven't
right? So
eliminated
not
the
to-
threes
We
yet,
can't
yeah.
just say it's gonna be a referendum for two buildings, we've gotta leave ourselves open, so a referendum of some combination.
Right. I prefer a referendum for consolidation to merely closing a building. I mean, we have the case study with the Northside Elementary, right? As has been pointed out to us by community members that was a winning formula before. And I have no reason to suspect it wouldn't be again, despite the difficulty of boundaries and new settings and, right?
Obviously, I'm in favor of referendum based on what I put together. What I would say, though, preceding that, is this board has some work to do with community engagement between now and then. Because if a referendum is to consolidate two schools, we don't, well, for a good referendum, first of all, we want 9 board members supporting it, not 5. And that's just my opinion. And we would like the community to support it and not to have a group working against us. And so how do we talk to the schools that would be affected, and how do we have them come along, and how do we meet their needs in making these changes? And I think that's what's been missing in this conversation, and that's why we keep getting the pushback of, and quite frankly, the pushback's really awesome. Like, you know, one of the reasons I ran for school board is I keep hearing the community on how happy the community is with the schools, but my gosh, the way people love their schools is amazing. Like, we've got like $1 million worth of good PR coming from, I mean, this is a good thing to have. But how do we talk with these groups on how do we meet your needs? It's a change, but how do we meet your needs and create something that you could like as much? It will be different in a different location, but how could you like it as much?
I agree. I also think a referendum, while there are going to be bumps and feelings of loss, it presents an opportunity of communities coming together to envision what they want their school to be for their kids. One of the things that we heard at the Northside linkages, or it was the Cooley Montessori maybe, was the staff really appreciated being part of the discussion of how the school was designed. And I think in these painful discussions of closing existing structures and building a new community, you have an opportunity to work together to decide what do you want the future of this new South Side school to be. So
I think one of the positive things too, if we're talking about a potential consolidation of Spence and Emerson at the Hogan site, is the data that Erin provided us last week that shows the majority of kids in those boundaries live closer to Hogan anyway. Like, that's a lot different than moving Logan and Central to the train site.
okay, so I want to, go ahead.
Can I
Scott.
make one comment too?
Yeah.
And we talked about combining schools, and it worked on the north side. Remember, it was actually, we combined 3 schools in reality. Jefferson closed down, and then Roosevelt shut down, and then we built a new one at the Franklin site. So I think it is imperative that people understand, to your point, that it does work and it can work. And quite honestly, we have to be good stewards of our taxpayers' money as well. And if we have a school that, you know, is bleeding us dry and is older than all of us put together, we need to face reality that something sooner or later has to be done.
All right, so I'm hearing a lot of referendum interest. So we have 2 options on the table that don't include referendum. This is an opportunity, I think, to remove some other options from the table.
I make a motion that we remove those options off the table.
Okay, those options are number 2 and number 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Who wants to take it? Mr. Jackson was the second.
I think we owe the community a conversation as to why the FAC is not going to be considered by this body, and I think Dr. Sprague talked about it. The constraints of the FAC were in the scope of the FAC were very different, and they were required to identify which schools to close. There was discussion, we'd like an option that maybe looks like a referendum, but that wasn't on the table for them. And so I want to be clear with the public why we are looking at something different, because we have different constraints and different options in front of us. I have lots of other thoughts, but in the interest of time, I think that.
Well, and their work was really useful in helping to figure out, like, my question about vision comes quite a bit from like looking through theirs and their reasons for different ideas. And I was like, I feel like we haven't gelled around what the idea is animating the choices, and you could see the heartbreak in everybody's. It could be this one, or it could be that one, or it could be
Neither
this
does
one.
it mean that their analysis of some of the situations is wrong.
No, it's
Right,
correct.
they, you know, the value of
We have
that
a- we have a
process was
question on the
getting.
vote. We're not talking about the question.
Well, we have
The
a motion and a
Sorry.
second, and
We're
then,
not talking about the motion
Right.
right now. Point of order.
Thank you, Brett. Sorry, I did that.
indeed.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. We can do a roll call vote and
So
then
what, the
we can
motions are
continue.
just to remove,
Number 2 and number 3.
and which include the recommendation by the FAC.
Yes. These are the only 2 options that don't include a referendum. So it leaves only options that have a referendum with a variety of different combinations. We'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Barfield?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, so we've removed a total of 4.
I still think this might be the good time to have the
Yep.
conversation Ms.
I think
Sukla was
We can
referencing.
continue.
Yes.
I do think that it's important that we highlight in a lot of these options that were presented to the board, the like roots are in the FAC report. I mean,
Yes.
the consolidation is occurring through referendum within existing neighborhoods where there are a lot of students living, that favor walkable neighborhoods. While we aren't taking the specific recommendation, we are using priorities outlined by the FAC. And I think on like page 18 or 19 on the report, I put this in a lot of emails recently, they specifically say something about rejuvenating or replacing existing structures, which is what this board is doing.
The vision they seem to have settled on is community schools, is neighborhood schools. And that's in line with the failed referendum for the consolidation of the high schools too. That we seem to have a community that supports that. So
Yeah.
referenda that give the community more of a say to help shape how those community schools get renovated, right, and recombined, I think is wise.
Yeah, I think I still would want to underline your comment, though, Dr. Garcia, about the confliction between neighborhood schools and schools of choice.
Yes.
Right, I mean, I think that's also something that even though the information we see is leading us to think that neighborhood schools is what is wanted,
Right.
we also have the situation that they want choice. And those are 2 very different things. And if we were to have neighborhood schools in this school district, there would be a lot different ways of people getting to different locations. There'd be a different busing scheme because of that. You know, there would just be so many different changes. And there wouldn't be an option for a student to go to a different school because you're going to your neighborhood school. So I think there is also what I understood through the documentation, and maybe I'm the only one, is that there is this misunderstanding and confliction of I want a neighborhood school, but I also want my choice. And that makes it even more difficult for us. And I think that that was also why there was a different, or should I say, maybe to be fair, a non-vision, right? And trying to back into that vision, because it was a confliction and it's hard to determine.
Yeah.
All right. I guess my next guiding question, if we want to keep talking about how to eliminate, or we can go with Ms. Berkedal's suggestion of where we agree on things, which might turn into eliminating some. So one of the things that I wanted you all to think about as you came today was, are you supporting going to referendum to bring 2 school communities into one new structure, or potentially 3, or maybe a little less than 3, because with the boundaries, some students could be going to a different school, right? Bringing more in, closing 2 existing structures and building 1 new one.
I think for me, that would be a difficult question to answer, only because I think where my head is at is maximum capacity
Okay.
of a building, right? I think, 500, give or take, seems like a good maximum capacity for a building. Does that mean 2 buildings? Does it mean 3 buildings? Does it mean 2.5? Does it mean 2 with boundary changes? Does it mean 3 with boundary changes? I don't know.
Well,
That
the
may be
target
some.
is 350, right?
Right.
For elementary.
Right.
500 for middle.
Yeah, but I mean, even at 500, we would be fine because we don't have to fill it.
Right.
But it would allow us opportunity for growth. And for me, that idea of what I term future-proofing, right? That we can do things with that space. In Longfellow, we hear about classrooms that we don't have enough space to do the things we want to do. Well, if we have more space than is required for the students that we're going to serve, we have those capabilities, right? So trying to think ahead of what could be curricularly needed in the next 50 to 100 years, which just seems what our buildings are living for. So, so I love the question. I just don't know that I have an answer for you.
Is that the same for the rest of the board members?
Well, one thing that's still out there to me is this building. And, I'm looking at this year, we're potentially putting in $50,000. 24, 25, we're scheduled to put a quarter of $250,000. And then the year after that, $2.5 million for new, a new HVAC. And I think we could take this building offline, and we've got a lot of facilities that we could potentially move some of our administrators and have some of them grouped together and others move in other areas that might be apart. But, I just don't want us to forget that, and that this building stays online, and then come next December or the December after that, we don't have any heat. And we're still using this building. I don't want to put money in this building that's not going to have children in it.
The HVAC project wouldn't happen without a referendum of some sort. $2.5 million is twice our annual budget for maintenance across the district. So those things represent deferred maintenance that we could or could not do. There are smaller short-term solutions, that we've been using for years, decades, to limp Hogan through, and we would seek those in the meantime. So those are numbers that are there and the things that we hope to do, but like with all deferred maintenance, it gets pushed down the road if it's not in the cards, so.
Well, and we also have to start talking about, we can't have all these sites either. That's the property, and we need to make a decision of which sites we're gonna get rid of, which of course this site would be, if you do an Emerson Spence, it would be this site potentially, but if you did a South Side one, you probably would give up this site, so.
So we can keep working through options. I mean, I guess at this point, we haven't made it all the way through. So we had Mr. Jackson's last week, the 3 combination Hinch Spence Hamilton consolidation. Polytechnic would move to Central. Spence would close and students would go to Hamilton and Hinchin. In that first year, you'd save $2 million. In 2027, you'd go to referendum to bring Hinchin, Spence, and Hamilton into a new building at the Spence site. Saving $3 million, which meets the total goal that we had. I can pause for discussion on that one.
Well,
Mr. Jackson
I
was like,
think-
throw it away, but
I
it's
think
in
I
the
pointed out
document,
last
so.
time, I really have reservations about Hamilton.
Me too.
With the money that and the that community needs that school, that neighborhood needs that school, and then the Boys and Girls Club, the money that was given from the community for that school.
So that was valid feedback. I would make a motion to remove number 9. Primarily for me, based on just sheer size, we can't put that many students in a building.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's to me, it's a non-starter as I did the numbers after the fact.
Okay, is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
I'd second it. I'm sorry.
We've got a third.
Scott.
Don't be sorry.
So we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Reluctantly, aye. I appreciate, I mean, I think where we're getting somewhere is thinking outside the box, so,
Mhm.
but I think that this
I'm
is too
going to
big.
replace it with a different one, so don't.
Jeff's got a way out there plan for us,
We
way
gotta
out the
finish
box.
this.
Aye.
Spelman?
Okay, so we've gotten rid of number 9, we'll move on to number 10. This was Mr. Korberg's proposal from last week. This one includes Hinch and Spence consolidation. Northwood's becoming a charter building. So in the first year, Northwood's becomes a charter, so non-boundary, which should save some busing costs. Spence closes, and students go to Hamilton and Hinchin, which saves $1.4 million, and then we close Hogan. And then in 2027, we do a referendum to consolidate the Hinchin and Spence students in a new building at the Spence site. For many of these options, there are similarities. There's kind of only a couple of school consolidation options out there. It's a matter of like, what do you prefer, and then the next step follows
And-
based on that preference.
And it might be better to do the referendum before closing a school that we're talking about consolidating, because I think that just muddies the water, because then it feels like we're threatening the community. We're gonna close the school, and you're not gonna get a new one of us.
Is there
I
value
have a problem
in
with that.
talking briefly about the sites where consolidation would happen and getting a sense of where we feel the relative merits of, say, Spence versus Hogan versus wherever?
There's also a challenge about where is going to be the new site for the school, and would there be a possibility of building while still having the other building open at that site or not? And I think that would also be something to consider, and we may not have that ability in many of the sites that we're talking about. So I love the idea of trying to do the referendum first and then closing, but we also face reality of we might not have the space to do it.
Correct.
Thoughts on this one, the merits of this one? Again, it's very similar to some of the others that have a Hinch and Spence consolidation. There's just a little bit of difference down the way. I ultimately think a lot of our discussion and votes will be based on one of two options. If we're going to referendum, which we've decided is either an Emerson-Spence consolidation or a Hinch and Spence consolidation with future closures to address the remaining deficit.
And I feel like, I agree with that. I guess I'm struggling with taking certain ones off the table until we have conversation with the community about what do you want versus here's your options. Either, again, instead of saying we're thinking about closing these schools, that creates a certain community conversation versus how are we going to address this? We want, the district is looking at building something new. What would that look like? And getting community input on that. I feel like I loved my idea that I presented at the last meeting, and then we received a lot of critical input, and a lot of it is fair. I'm not disparaging it in any way. It's really made me think about things differently. And so I guess I'm feeling, since we've agreed to a referendum, and a third of this body will be different by the time this board votes on what the actual referendum will be around August-ish, I'm feeling like exactly what's gonna be included in that referendum, I feel like I'm not ready to answer that yet. That's where I'm struggling.
The latest the board can go to referendum is August. You could put the item on the ballot as soon as tomorrow. So this board could make a decision to go to referendum and on what it is.
We probably should.
Yeah, the latest day is 70 days prior, but you could do it before.
I'm just gonna point out, we only have 2 people running in an empty seat. So if we
With
put
lots
this-
of write-ins.
Well, and so where's the community consensus in the choice if it's a bunch of different write-ins, right?
Right, I guess my thought is, when this body goes to referendum, we don't need 3 of the board members saying, I wasn't even part of that. Like, I think that's not helpful to the conversation.
It certainly is not, but I think that is going to be a challenge for this board as we have all these very difficult decisions. It's gonna be really hard to keep board members around doing multiple terms with kind of the weight. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I've done one, this is the end of my one. And the weight of the stuff is a lot. I will put out there, though, that a referendum is the ultimate community gathering input mechanism we have. It was the ultimate community gathering input mechanism we had for the high school that told us no and to do other things.
I think the facility advisory committee process was an excellent community gathering opportunity as well. Every single person who addressed the board, whether at our meeting or via email, referenced data that came out of the facility advisory committee process.
That's right.
Whether or not we take their recommendation verbatim, which we're not, shouldn't discredit the fact that they have informed our process in a significant way and informed our community in a significant way. We're left with a bunch of data and big decisions.
I don't disagree with the impulse to want to, you know, like ideally we would go to a referendum absolutely sure that people supported it because they told us that ahead of time. But for every time we ask the question, what do you want, we're going to get that many different answers.
But if we knew what the referendum was, we could take it to the schools who might be consolidating and then say, we want this to be good for you. Like,
Right.
how can we make this right for you? So that it would be a good process and they'd support it.
I think we have an opportunity.
There's also,
Oops, sorry.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
there's also an opportunity to have more than one question on the referendum. We could give them a choice of 3 different options, or 2 different options, whatever we come down to, and the final vote is made our decision for us. I mean, that is an option. We've seen it many times before, so that's something to think about as well.
It's true.
I think we have an opportunity as a board to form ad hoc committees, to do work. I know and that's not saying that we as board members have to do extra work. But it's another way for us to inform ourselves, to build community engagement, to try and formulate what a final plan should look like for us. And it doesn't have to be about just this type of a thing. It could be more standing type committees to make sure that we're more engaged and we feel like we have at least a better line of sight to things that we feel are important to us. I just throwing it out there. I know it's not something we've done in the past. I know I've asked a few questions about this in the past about, do we do this? Is this normal? Because again, being a first-time school board member, I don't know if this is a normal thing. I see a lot of cities that have lots of standing committees to try and help define directions. But this could be a way for us to ultimately put some of those in place to get more people engaged, involved.
Yeah, and I think, I guess in my perfect vision of how this would all unfold is after the board identified a site and made a decision on a referendum, then the board would engage the community in what do you want this cool school to be like? How, what do you value? Do you value communal spaces in a school or performance space? Those are things where I feel I think we would have a challenge of saying to the entire school district of La Crosse community, which referendum consolidation option sites do you prefer?
And that would not be a good conversation. I think the conversations,
We're just gonna divide it again.
again, what do you want in schools?
So we're gonna
What do you want in community schools? And then when we say, this is what we've heard from the community, so what you want in community schools, this makes the most sense for us. And I agree that a referendum is the ultimate community input. The last referendum was a divisive one and didn't really end up making the district stronger. And so we certainly wouldn't want to do that again. We would want a referendum that could be easily supported by this community, I think. And that's why I would like, when that decision's made, that we have talked to the community, we have heard what they want, we are putting together what they want, so that it can be more successful and really unify the community again with the school district, because that's a little bit broken right now. We need to keep working on that. But everybody loves their schools. Gosh, they love their schools.
They love their teachers.
Well,
They do,
yeah,
they
when we hear from our public speakers and from the many emails that we've been receiving, when we hear what community wants their schools to feel like, we have a lot of that information as well, right? And part of my struggle is that there's also different kinds of things. You know, one family values the location because it's very convenient and it's attractive for them in a very personal way. Another family values the opportunity and the novel kinds of things that are happening at a school. Everybody values the experiences that their children are having for different reasons at different buildings. And so as great as that is, it also doesn't provide a ton of clarity.
No, and I think that's where I do think we need to have community input in the visioning of what the school can be. I think if we went to the community on the site-specific piece is where I think we would run into some trouble of.
That's why I was asking about if there's value in us talking through our perspectives on the various sites on which consolidation could happen, just even at a high level tonight, to say, you know, okay, what's the added benefit of the Hogan site versus the Spence site versus the Hinchin site versus the Northwood site?
Do we want to do that before we look at Mr. Jackson's out-of-the-box new proposal came in at
I want to hear
2 p.m. today?
I'm excited.
You know, I was in a hospital all week with my kid. It just got me thinking.
Well, now I'm sorry to hear that.
I want to hear this.
This proposal, I believe, is in an email.
Did we get that email?
Did you send this to everybody?
I did not. I sent it to you because I wasn't sure, you and Dr. Engel, just wasn't sure if you wanted me to socialize it or not. So, there's a lot of words, I'm sorry.
Can you introduce it a little bit?
Yeah, so, and honestly, this is very similar to Mr. Korberg's plan, as far as some of the consolidation discussions, and I think I'm pretty consistent. To me, Spence Hinchin makes the most sense if we're looking to consolidate. I don't want to look at reboundaries. We've talked about that in the past. So for me, in the short term, what I'd look at for changes, if we had to make changes, I'd look to move Spence and Hinchin into Hinchin in the short term, mostly freeing up Spence's site for a future referendum, and I'll get to that. I'd look to remove the boundaries, the two islands, the Spence Island, as well as the State Road Islands, and move those into their closer schools. So Hamilton and State Road would receive some new students in that redistricting process. Northwoods, I would change to a choice school. I would move, so redistrict reboundary for non-choice to Northwood or Northside and Emerson. And we would give the IB program 2 years worth of course, transportation. I did clarify that is included. Nothing changes as far as transportation. Dr. Engel did, as part of our RFIs this past week, it was one of those questions from parents. And we give them two years of really consolidated marketing support. To me, there's a lot of opportunity. Does a lot of our students sit out there? No. But do we sit really close to West Salem and Onalaska? Yeah. And we have a choice school that has great reviews, great
High
staff,
draw.
great. So I think there's a high draw there. We give them 2 years to build a plan, give them the support, and after 2 years, if we don't see it, then we have the opportunity to move the IB somewhere or have that conversation. So to me, it's a compromise. We're not going to close, but we all are going to try and use that as an opportunity to try and attract families in. We'd move the Hogan administrative staff out to Northwoods, utilize that building space, brand new building or one of our newer buildings, allow us to cycle this building and figure out what we want to do with it in the future, this site. So that would be my moves in the short term. I was definitely advocating multiple times in there as far as making sure that we have staff to support some of these moves and these students. That is a big worry of mine. If we do move kids into a space, do we have enough staff, especially special ed staff and just people around our students? And then I also advocated to put on some standing committees for marketing, public relations, and family retention as one. career readiness, so it's a big topic of us, just trying to figure out how to foster relationships within the community and find more opportunities for us. Our athletics programs and our fine arts programs, so 4 standing committees that would stand, and we'd have a lot of community engagement in there to try and make sure that we're reviewing those areas of opportunity for us, as well as making sure we're getting good community engagement input. So that'd be kind of like my short-term reviews as far as cost savings and things like that. Here's the vision. All right, so as I stated earlier, we are competing against multiple school districts. And for us to be able to compete, we have to invest. So on the elementary side, I would look to combine the Hinchin and Spence onto a new site on the Spence site. But I would combine it with Deb's idea of putting a middle school and an elementary school on that site, 7 acres. Should be large enough to put a shared site. Of course, we would have everything separated and separate entrances. It would all be, call it 2 ends of the building. But I think it would allow us to kind of get rid of 2 of our oldest facilities, utilize a really large centralized site, and look to that future. So I would look to do that. And at the same time, at the elementary school level, I'd want to look to explore, to Dr. Jimenez's point about trying to utilize our space, expanding our 4K, 3K programs, and surround wraparound care. Things we heard in linkages a lot was our students aren't prepared when they get to K. They don't have just basic motor skills, so how can we get them into our spaces and our buildings to get them prepared for K? But also, how do we work on that retention program as a district to keep parents and keep families engaged with us from 3 on up? So I looked at that, and there might be an operation referendum in there as well if we had to fund some of that, but there's a lot of grants out there. There's a lot of state and federal money to help us with families in need in that space. So if we had to, we'd look to do any large capital improvements as well if we want to talk her through, especially in the elementary school level, because we would only be doing that 1 new school. Middle and high school, this is taking Deb's lead on trying to get creative. So we already talked about putting a new site, new elementary school site on the south side, on the Spence site. And then on the north side, we'd look to move, put an addition onto Logan High and move the north side middle school into the same site on Logan High School. So again, we've got a large site there. We can share resources. It frees up a Logan north side site for us. Again, it's keeping that boundary that we heard through the referendum process that the community wanted to keep.
I'm missing something.
Yeah.
So start with what are your changes at Logan?
So Logan High School, we would add an addition onto it to move Logan Middle in with Logan High. Expand the career readiness that was identified through a few of our processes on the high school side.
It'd be a 6-12 with some separation there.
Correct.
And that
2
could
separate
help-
entrances.
And it could help with faculty and with staffing.
So I think there's some
Specials and
opportunities
things
there. Performing arts space, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities there for us to be able to utilize that site.
So what about Northside Elementary?
Northside stays, sorry.
Oh, I thought you said something.
Nope.
Okay.
Sorry. As I said, you'll get a copy of this. There's a lot of reading.
It's in the email.
It'll become part of the records. At the high school, I'd look to just kind of look at the pool usage. Are we using it? Is there high end repairs? Is it space we could use other ways? Again, as you look to expand parts in a set footprint, I think we'd have to look at just creativity. So I just threw a note in there. On the south side, on Central, I'd look to update the track, football, soccer, tennis facilities at the site. And you might have to look at maybe moving the tennis courts or removing the tennis courts and utilizing Green Island. But just to give more parking or more space I looked at the site a little bit just to try and envision what it might look like. But so there might be a little give and take there. But add parking, add a new commons in both the high school and the middle, both high schools. They would be a new commons, and then expand the career readiness spaces as well. And then the sites that we look to move, and this is probably a fundraising piece, probably less of a referendum piece, is on the Logan Middle School side. I'd look to build a district fine arts center performing space, because we struggle with performing spaces at both Logan High and Central. And a lot of times we're using outside spaces anyway. So we'd have a nice centralized location there, and I'd want a district site. And then Longfellow we'd retain for future use, whether that's a district athletic facility, aquatic center. I mean, outside, potentially moving a football stadium, whatever it is, that you have a nice site in the middle of the district. And then for here at Hogan, what I would look to do is take the site, work with the city, rezone it, redevelop it into 16 to 20 single-family home sites, and retain anywhere between 3 and 5 of those for our own use, and have our building trades programs build houses over a 10-year period for low-income families.
Okay.
So that's a
So
lot.
this is a lot, and it's gonna be a long time for me to digest it all and think about it.
But just think at the start, it's very similar,
Well, and
which is the
that's,
stuff
I
we've been
guess
talking
that's what I was
about,
gonna say
right?
next, is like, I guess I wanna focus our,
The
you
top
know,
is what we need to
again,
talk about.
I wanna just do the
Yep.
first hurdle, like, what's the first referendum? You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna close one building and consolidate 2 or more.
Yeah.
I wanna know like that. And I know that some of the next steps kind of hinge on the first choice,
Mhm.
but, just thinking like how I've, like digested all of the elementary information for months, these pieces I would personally want to like digest for like a long time and look at the data and try to think about impact in the neighborhoods and things like that, you know? Like, it's hard for me to see it all. So here's a commonality to some of the other proposals. It's a Spence Hinchin consolidation at the old Spence site, correct?
The referendum, yeah, short term, if we had to look at it, we'd move them to Hinchman.
Okay.
We'd move them into Hamilton if we needed to, because we're gonna have to. There's too many students to put them into 2. Like, there's no 1 for 1.
Okay.
You're gonna have to redistrict, and you're gonna want to, just because you want the kids closest. The community keeps saying they want neighborhood schools, so we wanna put those kids
Mhm.
as close to those schools as we can.
So here's the 2 trends I see.
Yep.
Emerson Spence, Spence Hinchin.
Mhm.
Potentially closures that involve other schools into either the Hogan site or the old Spence site. Right? Is that
Yes.
correct? Is that kind of the two?
I think a better way to say it is a consolidation is really focusing on the south side.
Okay. Well, then I want to talk a little bit about, and we'll talk about the merits of the site specifically, if you'd like.
Gets into it.
Okay, I
Mhm.
do want to address, we have 2 pieces kind of also hanging out there, which play parts in a lot of the options. It's the Polytechnic piece and the North Side Schools piece. So you just said they're South Side school consolidation. So one of the questions I wanted you to consider as we mulled the options is, would North Side schools be included? And if we're just thinking of the first step, I'm fine with not deciding, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 options on the table. Actually, we have 6, because we have to do everything still. I want to get
Oh.
down.
I just wanted to know the cost of doing
I want to
everything.
get down to 4.
I mean, the majority of students in the district live on the south side, so
Yeah.
why would we not include the north side?
I feel like we did consolidation on the north side.
Yeah.
I think that's been done. I think the reason we did that is we just saw the population shifting south, which I think is kind of where you're going. But again, as we work with the community, how bold do we want to be? I think, we need some bold, big pictures, and that's what I like about Jeff's side. There's some nuances of it that I don't love, like part of the islands, for example, were about socioeconomic balance, and that messes that back up.
But I
again.
don't know that they are achieving that now.
Yeah, we
I
don't-
think they were achieving it then, but now they
And is that
they
still
don't
a-
make a contribution to that.
And is it still a priority in this district? It was 20-some years ago, but is it still a priority? I
I mean,
want
if so, it looks like getting rid of the islands actually helps rebalance a little bit, from what I could read in there.
I guess my point is, I think it's okay to have a big picture that we're kind of moving towards, but when it comes to referendum in the community, we can only go so far at one time. And so, to answer your question about Polly, I don't know, I don't have enough information to really answer that. I think this conversation's really been focused around elementary schools. At some point, we need to talk about Polly, but I don't feel the least bit prepared to answer that one way or the other. And which means it stays for now.
Yeah. I don't want to move Polly. I feel like those things, as you said, Deb, we've been talking about elementary schools, we've been looking at that, we asked for facilities advisory committee to look at that, and when I saw Polly sort of tacked on to the end of these for a $500,000 savings, I was distressed, just because it felt like it came out of nowhere, like it was something to balance the budget and not something that was part of, I don't know.
And
That's
I'd
my
also-
feeling.
I'd also like the opportunity to look more closely at our numbers, because if we are making decisions about closing and consolidating and building, one sheet of numbers is more than what this board should really be having big discussions on. And again, 4 of us are kind of newish, and some of you have had much more in-depth discussions than the rest of us. And again, there'll be 3 new faces at this table at some point. And so I want to make sure we've got the finance pieces, you know, and my questions are very in-depth, like I can't ask you that, like, we've seen a decline in students, but we've seen an increase in staff. And so over the last dozen years, I just took numbers out of the budget book. And so students declined about 14%, staff overall increased about almost 7%. Now, we have students with more needs, so some increase isn't a surprise, but this has been a 14%, so now we're off by over 20%. And the numbers we have here, we're looking at about a 10.5% reduction in students, but no change in number of staff. And I think, so I think we need finer numbers than this. I think this is a good place to start a conversation. At the end of the day, we still have a hole. So how big that hole is, I think, is the question.
I'm gonna turn it, so 8 o'clock, we're gonna have speakers. What I would like to do, because we have good conversation and not a lot on the other side of this meeting, is we can table the discussion. Can we bring it back after the public speakers to kind of finalize? Is that cool? Parliamentarians?
Can I make a motion quick?
Yep.
I think it's fair to say, while I did agree with to do everything, I think we could now probably look at that and table that, and I make a motion to get rid of that, because I don't believe it's no longer an option. That's just my motion. So that'll get rid of 1, hopefully, maybe.
All right, we have a motion to get rid of the do everything option. And a reminder, that was a referendum that would cover the operational costs of staffing all of our schools. It would include some capital maintenance monies that would bring some of those existing schools, update them. The 20-year estimate is $80 million, but that would be in addition to, we have this other referendum we just passed for $60 million, and that one would pick up again in 5 years, probably be bigger. There might also be other building needs. So it would be $80 million that wouldn't address all of the things. It would leave us at this point we're at today. Maybe a little bit ahead.
It would
because we
buy
would have-
time, and it would show us sort of what it would
Right.
cost to just maintain without improving,
Right.
but it doesn't address the long-term
And it
structures.
removes the possibility of addressing through regular attrition and retirement our staffing as well. Because we have the same number of facilities offering the same number of programs.
So I'm just gonna give a point of order in that we have a
A
motion, we
motion.
don't have a second.
Second.
Thank you. Now we can discuss.
Okay. Sorry.
So I just wanted to clarify what it was, because the do everything sounds great
It does sound.
in theory. Practice is
$80 million,
complicated to
yeah.
pass. So we can discuss it or we can vote. We'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. Okay, now we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
With all
Um,
unanimous votes,
Yeah.
by the way.
So we were talking a little bit about Polytechnic and anxieties around addressing it without doing additional research. I think this is an opportunity for the board to motion and decide one way or the other, whether it will be addressed through these discussions or whether it will be tabled and examined further later. I if you're not ready to make a motion to, that's fine.
Well, I'm just deciding about if it's worth tabling it. Like, I don't think the will is there, right, to do it. Whether it's a question of information, I'm not sure. I think, as Brad has pointed out, we've invested a ton of money in it. It's doing what it's meant to do. Yes, project-based education can thrive wherever, but why create that disruption for what seems like a minimal budgetary impact? I'll make a motion to remove consideration of, how do I want to phrase this, to remove consideration of moving or closing the Polytechnic building for the foreseeable future.
Okay, second.
I don't think I'm ready to vote on that. We haven't even had a thorough conversation about it. I mean, I think there's the sunk cost bias at play here, where we want
That's
to
true.
maintain something because we've invested in it recently. That program historically was based in our schools. I think there's other options to explore there, like what if we could move it into Logan Middle, for example. It would be in close proximity to the north side business sector, in the heart of our district's drama program. I just feel like I'm not ready to vote. I mean, if you guys all do, that's fine. I can be outnumbered, but I'm just.
So I've made the motion, so we can have a motion to table that vote, I believe.
That would be correct.
Is that correct?
You can, so we have a motion and a second, so somebody else could motion to table that decision. But if you table it, either you're going to specify a time or it dies. So if you're going to table, then you need to table to a time certain, which would be, when do you want to pick it up again? Do you want to?
Because I made the motion, I have to
Well,
set the.
right, well, I think what we need to do is we need to clarify the motion, so, but we did have a motion and a second, didn't we? So we have to dispose of that.
Okay.
You can amend it. We can make a motion to amend it to table it for a time certain, and then vote on that, and then come back to the main motion. That would be the way to handle that if you want to, but otherwise, a motion to table, it's just done.
Yeah, I think you're only supposed to amend it if it's very close to the original motion, which this.
I'd make a motion to table it, to amend it, for 60 days.
60?
Or I'm okay with 30 as well. I just want to make sure we all have enough time.
I think we need one or the other.
I'll go 30 unless somebody,
Yeah.
amends my amendment.
I mean, I would also say this, right? Robert's Rules of Order exists when there's challenges. Y'all can decide what you want to do, right? I mean, any body can choose how to make their decision. You could just decide we're just going to withdraw and be fine, but if you want to follow Robert's rules, there are specified things to do. So by unanimous consent, we could just say we're just going to do it this way and be done, and that's okay. Robert's Rules of Order doesn't have to be followed strictly if you don't want to.
I too struggle with completely removing it. At the end of the day, might that happen? Sure, but I feel there's so many moving parts. I just don't feel prepared to make that decision today. I'm just, maybe someday that will happen, but I'm just not prepared to make that decision up or down today.
So, hearing significant reservations and from my desire to continue with our record of unanimous votes, may I withdraw my motion? And we can.
Does the second withdraw it?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, okay.
Well, we still have 5 options on the table. We've got 7 minutes left before our speakers are set to start. We can talk a little bit about the sites in the remaining 7 minutes. Since I want to keep the 8 p.m. speaker firm in case people are arriving to speak right at 8. So we won't start early on that one, but we also won't make them late.
I don't feel like, so we heard a lot from the 2 schools that were recommended to be closed in the FAC report. Now that, Emerson was kind of in the mix, but it wasn't, and now Emerson is looking at more closely, and I think we're gonna receive a lot of input on that at the public conversation tonight. So I really don't wanna make a recommendation to narrow that in or out until we hear that. I guess I
So
want to be respectful of
maybe-
that public input.
Maybe one thing we could do is, could we, with unanimous consent, take a recess between now and 8 o'clock, reconvene at 8 o'clock to hear our public speakers, and then restart the conversation after that?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So we will take a 5-minute break. Do we have to do any sort of motions or anything? I could just say we're
think so.
taking a break.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a break. So our speakers are, time is
5 minutes.
of the essence, so. public speakers. It's 8:02. So it is the policy of the board to provide at its public meetings an opportunity for individuals to address the board. Comments about individual staff or personnel will not be allowed. Open meeting law prohibits the board from engaging in discussion or responding to matters not included on the agenda. All speakers are reminded that the same policy limits your time to speak to 5 minutes. This limit will be strictly enforced. May I ask the superintendent to keep track of the time and to notify the speaker when time is running out?
I will do so.
You are also asked to give your name and the school district where you reside at the beginning of your time for the public record. Our first speaker tonight is Oliver Olson.
Do I just start?
Yep,
Okay,
go
cool.
ahead.
My name is Oliver Olson, and I reside in the La Crosse School District. My name, you've already heard that, never mind. I'm a junior at La Crosse Polytechnic is the important part. I started alternative learning in LDI, made the transition to Poly through COVID, and chose to stay with it through my high school years, based solely on our location and our involvement in the community. Even before Poly, LDI was focused on giving students the opportunity to engage and work with our community. From the basement of Longfellow, students would develop the skills needed to become strong leaders and innovators. And when we made the transition from 4 rooms to an entire building, not only did our space and student body grow, but so continued the drive to branch out and support our community. Polytechnic's drive is centered not only in our immediate community, but also in our outreaching community, and we strive to form bonds that last longer than our school day. Our students build hydroponic systems in the WTC greenhouses. We earned Volunteer of the Year last year for the Children's Museum, and we clean trash and plant in the planters in downtown La Crosse. Our involvement and our community identity has made us an integral part of downtown La Crosse. Last Thursday, a brief form was sent up to middle and high school students inquiring about each student's individual community impact. I would like to emphasize the informality of this form, as middle school students are hard to get information out of on Thursday mornings. Of the confirmed 31 responses, students on average, per individual student, contact 3 community experts, which are predominantly local but have been national. We raise an average of $104 individually, which is given back to the community. And finally, students will form at least one business connection that benefits the entire school. These are reoccurring. And this isn't always independent. Community relationships are built into our curriculum. For our projects, we are encouraged to find and interview experts in their respective fields. My personal favorite is Sister Marlene Weisenbeck, who I interviewed for a project on human trafficking. She's a sister who can be found locally at the FSPA, and her outspokenness on human trafficking and religious women's rights has landed her spots on the Wisconsin's Council Against Human Trafficking and former Obama's Advisory Council on Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. She's cool. We have entire classes devoted to product design and how that can help downtown businesses. Teachers and students alike grow with our community to become leaders and trailblazers. I personally have benefited so much from these aspects of Polytechnic. If you had told me in 6th grade that I would be able to branch out in such a professional and innovative manner, I wouldn't have necessarily believed you. But now I organize blood drives and do community events. My community connections have been able to benefit me in so many ways outside of the classroom. I can talk to people easier, I know how to communicate professionally, and I feel more comfortable in social situations. I know I can't promise that every student grows in these same ways, but Polytechnic gives everyone the tools needed to, and we owe it to our building. Although it's true buildings do not always define the spirit or soul of a group, it very much helps. The former brick house certainly helped to develop Polytechnic's identity, and we owe so much to the position and location of our new home that I can say it'd be entirely different without it. Before I go, I would like to ask 2 questions, though. These plans specify a $0.6 million in savings. Where is that coming from? Our building is not being sold, as your plans specify, as Hogan would move into it, which would require more renovations. So that leaves our teachers and staff. From the point of students, families, and staff alike, these savings would come from the salaries of staff. And if this is true, and you remove our students, and then remove the only ones qualified to teach them, what is truly left of Polytechnic? This is why it is so important that we keep our identity and our location intact as one. When charter schools are schools within schools, they have a hard time finding an identity, which is something Polytechnic has fought very hard and very long to gain. That being said, I would like to thank you for hopefully recognizing and taking this into account. Polytechnic has much to offer the district, and we can't wait to showcase this to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Olson.
Evening, board members. I'm Kelly Olson, and there is relation. I would be betrayed by my hair and eyes. And I am a parent. I'm in the La Crosse School District, and I have 3 kiddos at Polytech. I just wanted to speak from the perspective of being a parent over the last several years, watching their move from a school within a school to their own identity in their own building. And each of my children came to the idea and the decision to go to this school on their own. They were all offered the opportunity equally to go to their boundary middle school once they left their elementary school. And they chose for their own unique reasons to go to this school, and they've thrived since. And what I wanted to point out when I'm listening to this conversation today, which I appreciate the opportunity to listen to the comprehensive discussion that goes into these decisions that are in front of you, is that while project-based learning was born in a philosophy, it's currently a brick and mortar school that's downtown with lived experiences from our students and our faculty and our businesses and who's benefiting from their presence being down there. So it's no longer just a concept, but it really is happening. And I know in the beginning conversation, the thought of going to their own building to have their own identity was a part of that desire, and they've been gifted it through the hard work of many people of coming before them. I wanted to speak to watching them move from their middle school experience from La Crosse Design Institute within another building to go to this independent identity. I did see a shift in the energy of the conversations that come home with my students. I think that there is an energy and an attention, an effort that goes into maintaining your identity as your LDI or as your Polytech when you're in comparison or in contrast to a bigger dominant identity that you're sharing a building with. To see them shift from that within a school building to downtown, I could see a shift in that energy into what is their next project going to be? Who are they partnering with? Where did they walk to on a field trip? What community service did they do today? And all of these opportunities are available walking distance, which gets them outside of the building. And we want to celebrate youth and outdoors, and they get to walk to field trips and fine arts. They get to watch to service opportunities. They get to walk to academic endeavors. And these relationships aren't just part of their academics and their projects. It develops relationships that gives them opportunity in career development, and they have work opportunities, and they develop work ethic, and then they get to build financial resources for whatever they're going to pursue post-graduation at this time. They've been working hard, like Oliver had mentioned, to build their identity, which they've noticed from the student perspective being in their place that they want to celebrate what Polytech is, not just as an addition or as a subtitle to the other schools that we have, but they're working on their own schools and their own proms and celebrating the assets that their students have in identity rather than just the consistent opportunity to join other schools. But that being said, having this diverse opportunity in our wider school district is a blessing, and our children do get to have the opportunity to participate in a unified school district, but while still getting the benefits that are good for their unique projects and interests. I also wanted to then just say, like, moving forward, I hear a lot of the conversation about boundary school versus choice school, and that is difficult to please everyone, and I can't imagine what it's like to make everyone happy, which isn't going to happen. But I would say that this is a unique opportunity and something in a building that was designed with the students in mind, with the staff in mind, with project-based in mind, to take that now away from the school that they finally achieved and relocate these students. That wouldn't be temporary. And while we have this unique asset in our community that will draw attention to those who are looking, where's a community that I'm going to get a new job? Where's a community that I want to raise my kids in? This is unique and it's different, and I think it's worth continuing to celebrate. I think the pandemic, like many things, put a hamper in its progress, but we're moving out of that, and I think we'll get to continue to see what these kids and their staff that support them get to come up with, working with the community that enjoys the collaboration that they develop. So thanks for your time, good luck, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sierra Colavito.
Good evening. I'm Sierra Calvito, and I'm a resident of the School District of La Crosse. I wanted to speak to you today in support of keeping Emerson Elementary open at its current location. My husband and I moved to La Crosse in 2014, and we, like many others, bought a home in the Emerson boundary specifically because of Emerson. My son is a current first grader at Emerson, and I hope that my daughter will be able to attend Emerson as a kindergartner in the fall. When I heard that Emerson was one of the schools that could potentially be closed, I was of course upset. But after talking with many people, attending PTO and FAC meetings, myself and others had faith that the FAC would see the value in Emerson. And we were encouraged when the FAC voted overwhelmingly in favor of keeping Emerson open. We mistakenly thought the fight was over, and we made room for other schools to advocate for their school, for others to advocate for their school. Therefore, it was surprising to hear during the last school board meeting, and again tonight, that there was discussion of several courses of action that would choose to close or consolidate Emerson. There was a lack of meaningful discussion of the FAC recommendation option. The FAC recommendation was arrived at over the course of 8 months of careful consideration by a committee composed of various members of the community. The school district created the FAC, and here I quote, to make the FAC process as transparent as possible. One of the reasons the FAC was created was to, quote, serve as factual key communicators to the La Crosse community, end quote. In an email from the school district last September, it was stated in regards to the FAC that, quote, we want to emphasize that transparency and openness have been our guiding principles throughout this process, end quote. It was not until that third email from the district to the community that a mention about how the ultimate decision rests with the board was mentioned. So even if our understanding that the board would follow the FAC recommendation was misguided, as clearly it was, it is not unreasonable for the community to think that the board would continue to value openness and transparency, and therefore that courses of action would be given ample time for discussion and careful consideration in concert with input from the community, much like how the FAC process was conducted. Why I bring this up is because successful referendums are not a given. For 8 months, the community was following along with the FAC. If the board pivots away from that FAC recommendation, which you did tonight, which unequivocally supported Emerson, faith in the board will erode even further, threatening the likelihood of any successful referendum. Reasons for wanting to keep Emerson open are clear. Admittedly, Emerson is one of the oldest buildings in the district, but some of the older buildings have better construction than the newer ones. The maintenance costs associated with Emerson have been widely blown out of proportion. For Emerson, there are $949,000 in costs that cannot be deferred indefinitely over the next 4 years, while for Northwoods, the costs are $608,000. The difference is only $340,000, which would be made up in a few years if busing or operational costs are considered. Emerson is the lowest operating cost of any of the elementary schools in the district, and it educates the most elementary students. These are annual recurring costs as opposed to one-time maintenance needs. If these numbers don't convince you, please consider the intangibles. The unique aspects of Emerson make it worth saving. The Emerson location is the only one in the district within walking distance to UWL and Myrick Park. The request for information document, which was updated today, has tried to quantify these interactions, and this current school year, Emerson has made visits to UWL over 22 times, and with 80 visits to Myrick Park, and there are many more ad hoc visits to these locations. There's also evidence that suggests that exposing elementary-age students to college promotes the so-called college mindset and increases enrollment of these students later in all forms of post-secondary education. The board has discussed the need to be forward-thinking and figure out what is at the heart of the retention issue. I agree. Over the past 8 years, Emerson has lost fewer students compared to the district average. Northwoods has lost over twice the amount of students compared to Emerson during this time. The immediate community surrounding Emerson is a relatively stable one. To close Emerson would destroy this community and threaten to make the retention and enrollment issue worse. Emerson is well positioned to serve the surrounding neighborhood long into the future, despite changing demographics. I fully support, this is where I have to go off track, as I was recommending course of action number 2. I fully now recommend any course of action that chooses to consolidate Spence and Hinchin, as these would promote community schools more closely, follows the best ideals of best practice for elementary school size, and if busing and operational costs are considered, results in the most savings for the district in the long term. Keeping Emerson open in its present location is the best choice for the school district and the city of La Crosse. Thank you for your time.
Our last registered speaker tonight is Michelle Schreck. Is Michelle Schreck in the building? Okay. we will move on. That was our last registered speaker. Before our break, we had talked about bringing the conversation back. It's 8:17. Our board policies say we would have to have a vote to go past 9. We don't have a lot on the agenda ahead. I think we could do some additional conversation on these options if we want.
To be on the safe side, I'd make a motion that our meeting go past 9 tonight.
We have a
If
motion
needed.
on the table to go past 9 tonight if needed. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, do we need to do a roll call for this one? All right, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye.
Rather not down tomorrow.
I didn't eat dinner though, so I'll eat all of this.
I have a question on Polly. So, there's 120 some students there. Is there greater demand for that? Oh, thank you. We don't want to have her pass out. Is there greater demand that, is that the capacity of the building? Would we ever want to consider a bigger space if needed, if there was greater demand? It's really made me, these conversations have made me think about Polly in a different way.
Yeah, so enrollment fluctuates year to year. I think it's closer to 112 this year as opposed to 120. It's all the same, you know, when you get down to it. You know, with a smaller size, you know, the differences are meaningful in some cases. But we have had a waiting list at the middle school level for interest, and so there would be an interest probably in expanding. The challenges, you know, per fire code, we're limited to 120 at that building. It's not really possible to expand in that existing footprint. You know, after that, it would take other conversations about space, so.
All right, so Dr. Engel proposed that we get rid of other business before we do our conversation. Is that cool? Okay.
Not as much fun.
So here's what we'll do is we'll go through the consent agendas, we'll go through the matters for board action, the information item, and then we'll resume our conversation and leave announcements for last.
Make a motion to approve the items on the superintendent's consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, the consent agenda is a mechanism used by the board to deal with routine business that must come before the body. Are there any items that board members want to remove? We have a motion and a second on the table. Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, we'll move on to the board consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the items on the board consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Korberg and a second by Dr. Jimenez. Are there any items that board members want to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, moving into our matters reserved for board action.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommended changes for the operational expectations OA4 personnel administration monitoring report template.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I can open up conversation if we need to have it.
This doesn't address the change in the policy itself. That's next meeting. Am I correct in understanding that?
So the OE 4.5, the suggested language is in response to the board's change in policy, where it moves from an annual cultural survey will include the content indicated interpretation above to the results of an annual staff climate survey will indicate that 85% of staff respondents agree or strongly agree that they work in an environment that is respectful, collaborative, and safe. And so it's not just we have a survey, it's a particular measurable benchmark, and it includes those three considerations that the board made sure to include: respectful, collaborative, and safe. that being the most important addition. And so we intend to provide climate survey data that indicates that the school district meets those expectations. And we should be ready to monitor it initially at our next board meeting.
All right, we'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia? Aye. Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, we only have one item in our information items, and that is to briefly discuss the 2024 Wisconsin State Education Convention. Board members Dr. Garcia, Mr. Korberg, and Ms. Sukla, along with Dr. Engel, attended the convention this year. This is an opportunity for board members who attended to share any big takeaways, if they have any. And Dr. Engel, too.
Dr. Engel brought the art. I had taken pictures of all of it when I was there, but the art that our students had submitted and had displayed there, that was very cool. And Mr. Korberg and I toured a K-8 school that was having a lot of hustle. It was a great environment, but everywhere we turned, they were like, we wrote this grant, and then we did this thing, and someone came out of retirement to teach this class. So it was both a really successful and interesting school with lots to offer, and it was also kind of evidence of the hustle culture that a lot of K-12 schools are going through to try to deliver the very best programs to their students. Those were my favorite parts of the convention, although I heard a lot of speeches too.
Cool.
Maybe y'all want to talk about the speeches.
I agree with the school that we went to was amazing, and one of the staff members there was one of the teachers of the year, and I especially enjoyed a panel that I went to listening to the teachers of the year from throughout the state, because they've got great ideas, they're invigorating, you can see why they're teachers of the year. And so if you ever want to be uplifted by public education, listen to a teacher of the year. And then I also one of the other ones I went to was a wellness workshop that the school district of Sun Prairie is ramping up some of their wellness things to work on employee retention. And so I'm going to share those with our person here working on wellness. So, but other than that, I thought it was, again, the speakers were great. The keynote speakers, and right on task, and offered a lot of great ideas.
Cool. Yeah, I enjoyed some of the keynote speakers. Sean Covey, again, talking about, I've been a big fan of the 7 habits, and this is just taking it to the next place and really talking about building trust and how you lead that way. I appreciated that. I was a delegate at the Delegate Assembly, which we'll talk about at subsequent meetings, since that hasn't all been released yet. There were some motions that were not in what this board approved, and they were all told, they were voted not to be approved because we hadn't discussed them with our board. So a lot of my time was actually spent working with Dr. Engel and Shelby Mock, who was a social worker that Dr. Engel and I hired at a collaboration at Gale Electric Trumpelow when Dr. Engel was there and I was at Trumpelow County Department of Human Services. We had about 30-ish people in the room, and we talked about how we shared a social worker, and huge amount of interest. DPI even came and talked to us afterwards and said, why does not everybody know about this? So I was very anxious getting ready to do the presentation, but I thought it went beautifully, and I think it's kind of cool to be part of Cutting Edge, so I put a lot of effort into that. I also went to another presentation on about building community support. I was a little disappointed because they just hired some consultants and paid a lot of money for that, and I felt like it didn't give me what I needed, so that was probably my most disappointing part of it. But the networking was really good. I actually did talk with a vendor for a health option, again, that because when we've done our linkages with the staff. The health costs continue to be a great concern for our staff and actually in some ways a potential detriment. And so I have some information that I can also share that we can look at how we can maybe better manage those costs for the district. So it was just good to be back, and anybody who hasn't been to it, I'd highly recommend you go.
Yeah, I would just add, we had great presentation, interest from the DPI, and also interest from the Association for Wisconsin School Administrators, the principals organization. They wanted to run an article that we're sharing with WASB as well, so it went really, really well. I attended a couple of sessions that I thought were valuable. Saw an example of school districts transitioning to their own self-performed busing, just as a way for them to save money and be more flexible. And so that's something that we've talked about in a number of ways over the years, and it's something is worth considering. And now that we have some contacts across the state of folks who've done it, it'll be interesting to see what that looks like as we move forward. Another one was a concept called Future Search. It was community-based visiting and strategic planning. And given our conversations over the last months and years, it's something that I'm interested in exploring a little bit further as a strategy to bring our community around a shared vision for the future of our school district, which could hopefully lead us to decisions in the future. So that was great. And then lastly, the last keynote, her name's Maya Smart. She works at Marquette University. She wrote a book called Reading for Our Lives. It was intentionally a dramatic title to get people to pick it up. But it talked about reading in birth to 4 and some strategies that parents can use. And she identified a challenge in some of that early childhood stuff being difficult to access for folks, or it being judgmental. And she really created a neat framework for getting folks interested and feeling as though they were capable of implementing these really simple procedures to help reading. And so I think that's an area I've heard parents commonly asking for support from, and it might be a really neat thing to explore further. So I'm excited to take that on and look at what that could be for our community in the future.
That could be, I think we have the Model 4 for 4K, which is providing curriculum for parents at home. That could fit nicely with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing back. Congratulations on a good job for your presentation.
Thanks.
I'm sure it took a considerable amount of work. All right.
Well, it did, but we hired the best person we could for the job. I mean, Shelby's just a rock star and made Aaron and I look good.
Cool. All right. Conversation shifting back to the strategic planning stuff.
I'm curious at this point if Lily and Mason have any thoughts on any of it. I don't, if you don't.
Without putting you on the spot, you do not have to
Don't
put
feel the
yourself
need to
in the line
comment.
of
Or
fire.
any input, not necessarily your opinions, but just general input.
You can hard pass too if you just don't want to jump in the fire with us.
You're kind of drawing on your sheets over there.
There's just a lot of considerations, and I understand that, and it's hard. I'm trying to wrap my head around it myself, so not much concrete advice that I can say, but
Are you hearing anything from your fellow students with concern about, they're talking about my school or where I went or anything like that?
I mean, as there's not been much talk about Logan or Central possibly being part of this, haven't heard much from any of my friends or anything.
Yeah, kind of same here, because it's all kind of younger. I mean, I've heard from people who, like, went to Emerson, for example, in the past, and how they kind of have their feelings about, like, oh, I went to that elementary school, like, I don't want that to close. But other than that, I don't think there's much other, like, a lot of input. It's just more, like, feelings that we've been hearing, which is...
Please feel free to jump in the conversation whenever you feel like it. That goes without saying, but
yeah,
just a reminder.
All right, where do you want to begin the conversation?
I would like to ask Aaron, sorry.
Go ahead, yep.
I just would like a little more context around, to me, the two biggest surprises with these plans were the inclusion of Summit and Polytech. Can you provide a little more context of what the thoughts were there?
Absolutely. So, recognize that those came out of left field for folks as it wasn't a part of the facility advisory committee. The message I got from the board was we want options. We want to explore things beyond just what the facility advisory committee was looking at. And so it was worth looking at everything and kind of throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what, made some sense. It could be justifiable under some parameters, and every one of them's debatable. But with regards to Poly, it's a project-based learning model. Over the last, 4 years, that I've been intimately involved, in the district, we've heard concern from community members about buying a bar and spending a lot of money to remodel it. And for some, it has been seen as an albatross that was wasteful of the district's funds. That is not an uncommon theme that I have heard in the community, and so I throw that out there as a reason to reconsider, that investment. Another thing that has come up from time to time as we plan programming there is the availability of arts, music, physical education opportunities, electives, career pathways that support career and technical education. If a student wants to be in the automotive area or welding, there isn't really an option on-site naturally. That said, our students and staff are incredibly flexible and accommodating and have found great opportunities for those students to support their career pathways. So it's certainly not impossible. And folks also know that when they sign up for Poly in a project-based learning environment, it's going to look a little different, and folks are aware of that. So in imagining some of those things, like in association with a high school or a middle school would solve some of those problems. Moving out of that building would address some of those concerns we've heard in the community. And so that is why it's on that list. It does not save a substantial amount of money to close it. It's minimal administrative oversight and operational costs, to make that change. But when we're looking to balance a budget and it's between, $500,000 here or 6 teachers here, those are the sorts of things we have to be, practical about as we think about those changes. And so those are the reasons why it was on that particular solution was included. As it relates to Summit, after Emerson and Spence, it is the 3rd oldest square foot age in our school district. Its original construction is in the 50s. Its addition is an open concept in the 70s, which was how school districts saved money on construction and then had to build all the walls later. And so its arrangement is unique and satisfies our needs, but it's also not ideal. It's on a beautiful site, but we also see declining enrollment across the school district. And we have capacity at a brand new building in Northside, to accommodate all of those students, in relatively short order. And so it is a reasonable consideration for one of our oldest buildings and capacity on the north side to consider that as an option. It also intersects in a negative way with that, local neighborhood school concept that people want. And I think Dr. Jimenez and Dr. Garcia talked about, the conflicts of choice and neighborhood schools. And one of the choices folks want is a neighborhood school, and our model is one that is accommodating to everything, which is good in a lot of ways, right? School district of choice. But if you look at a neighborhood school model that's a little more pure, like our neighbors to the north, you don't get to transfer schools typically unless there's extenuating circumstances. For us in La Crosse, 30% of our elementary students choose a school that is not their home boundary school. It's substantial. And so that's a philosophy we've had for, 25 years, 30 years.
What does that cost us in busing?
You have to give me a moment. I think I have those numbers somewhere. I don't have them right at hand, but while you're discussing things, I'd be able to find that.
Okay, I'm gonna throw one more question at you.
Mm-hmm.
for schools like Poly, where there's a wait list to get into the middle school, for example, do we give preference to folks who live in our boundary or not?
With charter schools, there are unique rules around attendance, and they have a unique wait list process based on the applicants. And I can't say definitively if open enrollment falls into a second tier or not.
Okay.
Yeah, I know we have some teachers here. I don't know if they know, but I don't.
It's a lottery.
Okay.
So if you want to come to our school, all the names basically go into a big bin, and for our middle school, we're capped at each grade 20 kids. So if the first 20 names drawn, they're given the ticket.
Thank you.
There is sibling preference though.
Okay. So sibling preference, it sounds like open enrollment is in with everyone else.
So where I was going with that is I was trying to confirm my suspicion that these unique programs at Poly, Northwood, some of the charters, well, Northwoods isn't a charter, but schools with unique programs are a draw into the district.
Is Summit still an environmental focus school?
Yes, it is. Yep, it's an environmental school. Yeah.
Their location really fits in.
Polytechnic, Ms. Sukla had asked for some demographics around the schools, and I was able to scratch up the ones for Polytechnic and Soda and CRVA real quick, so they're in the RFI document. For open enrollment, Polytechnic is at about 11% open enrollment in, so 11 of the 120 students.
And that's from outside of the district?
From outside of the school district. The average across our high schools is closer to 3.6%, 3.8%. So it's certainly double or triple what it is now. Volume is small. The total numbers is far less than either Logan or Central, but you know, on a percentage basis, it is a draw externally.
I know my colleagues have shared some of their biases based upon their own personal experiences, so I might as well share mine. My high school was a magnet school in Illinois, which is a charter school here in Wisconsin. My sophomore year, the school board had to choose between combining 3 football teams or closing my magnet school for a $6 million budget deficit. It's not going to be surprising what they chose. That decision was made in 15 minutes. So, the school was based on an individual education mentality, which I can go into more detail later. We don't need to get into it now. But it was very unique, kind of the lottery system. 100 students per grade level were allowed. What they did do, which is interesting to me, was that they started the school a half hour early, so that students could then be bused to their quote-unquote home high school to participate in sports at that home high school or participate in other activities extracurricularly at that home high school. They had their own, but they did have access to the others at the other high schools. So I think that there's options, if need be down the road, to consider what that could look like that would be beneficial. But suffice it to say, my bias is towards those magnet charter school ideas because they are so critical to certain populations of students that may not thrive within a regular education environment. However, I think my wife calls me a robot for this reason. I try not to allow my emotions or my personal opinions to color what is the final verdict that needs to be done for the good of everybody. So I will just disclose that, because while my gut reaction is to bring out the pitchforks whenever I hear a magnet school or a charter school is going to be considered for shutting down, I also temper that with what is the best option for the entire school district and every student that we serve. And I think that's what each one of us is struggling with sitting at this table, is that we all have our own opinions, but in the end, we have to do what's best for the entire school district for the foreseeable future, and not just for the here and now.
Forgive me if I'm looking at this wrong, someone correct me, but in any of the plans that involved consolidation, aside from what you proposed tonight, because I have no idea what a town figure is attached
I don't know if anybody knows what it means.
just the consolidation and going to referendum to build new doesn't fix the budget problem. So we'd have to pull another lever, whether that's Northwoods or Summit or Polytech.
Absolutely.
So that to me is like the biggest decision.
Removing transportation for choice schools would reduce about 5 bus routes and save about $350,000 annually.
And that's the Northwoods to charter option?
All of our choice and charter.
Oh, you're saying for all?
Yeah.
Closing Northwoods would reduce 3 bus routes.
And most school districts around us do not offer a choice program where they bus kids to the school that they want to go to.
No, that's the neighborhood school idea, right? That you go to the school that is within your neighborhood.
So this is back to your point at the beginning of the meeting. We live at this awkward crossroads of, are we neighborhood school or a choice school? Maybe that's the crux of the problem.
It is, I
We need
think.
to pick one and move forward.
We have both.
Right. Well,
If you
and-
look through the historical conversation from the
Yeah.
documents I've shared, like, this has been an ongoing thing since the 80s. This is nothing new. It's,
Right.
it's,
We're not gonna
there's,
solve it in 15 minutes tonight, you mean?
well, lacrosse has always wanted to have it both ways, and that's okay. That's a choice.
If we can
And
afford
it comes with some costs, but it means that there's more choice.
Well, at the table, strategic planning table, when we came up with that as part of our goals, being the school district of choice, was not that we would have so many choices, because we already just had them. School district choice meant, school district choice in the area meant people would want their students to come to our schools. We would have a strategic plan that would make families choose our school district, and then we would have to do the things to make that happen. That's really where that came from. It really wasn't about creating choices, because there were a lot of choices already. So that, I just want to clarify that point. I do think there still is we hate to have Summit go away, because it's got environmental, and it's really cool there in French Island, and all those kind of things, so it does, but it's neighborhood, it is competing demands. That's why I really think meaningful community engagement with the right questions asked, not about which school, because that is a lose-lose. No matter, and what I found frustrating in the community input on this, and I probably do the same if I were in anybody's shoes, but don't look at my school, look at that school. Don't look at my school, look at that school. And I'm really uncomfortable with the community conversations about this is what's wrong with that school. All of our schools are awesome. All of our schools are awesome. We're hearing that, and I don't like the conversation about, but mine is better for this reason, and you shouldn't look at, I think that has made me uncomfortable.
I agree. It's been hard to hear those sorts of arguments. It's not helpful for the discussions that we're having, right? And it just isn't a way to build community across the district. But I think back to the busing thing, if that was something that the board favored, we would lose that goal of having like a more diverse charter school student body, which has been something we've been striving for and kind of measuring. It's in a report somewhere, and we look at it each time as an indicator, I believe.
If I remember correctly, our focus was on socioeconomic equity, right? And that's part of also the reason why we don't focus on neighborhood schools either, which I believe was a decision that was made back in the 90s.
Well, yeah,
right?
the conversation was, again, when I ran for school board in 2001, do you support neighborhood schools or socioeconomic balance? I support both. And I think there's ways we can make that happen, and I think that's what we've tried to walk that fine line.
Yeah. But again, walking that fine line didn't give us a decision, right? And that's why, partially why we are where we are, and struggling with finding a solution that is the best solution moving forward.
Do we want to talk about the merits of the sites? Is that something that Dr. Sprague brought up as a way to discuss things, look at the options?
I'm all for conversation.
Yeah. Who wants to start?
I just want to, before they do that, again, I think I would like to see us at some point in the near future have a better conversation around the projections on how much do we need to save. We need to save money, period. We all agree on that. But how finely tuned that is. I did a projection and could be wrong, but I looked at the decline in students each year. And again, it doesn't work perfectly like that, but again, just for a start of conversation, in the projections that we got December 4th, if you looked at the decline of students and had a reduction in staff proportionately, it would get us halfway where we need to go. I don't know if that's something we want to, again, student needs are increasing, we have higher behaviors, we have more mental health, we have more struggling families, so I don't think it's a one-for-one, but again, it's a place to start a conversation. So I think we have a general idea. We would like a referendum to save some money, but exactly, does that meet, does that fix this? If it doesn't, what's left and what do we do with that? And I think we want to better fine-tune our numbers before we can get to that place.
Yeah, we can certainly make some different assumptions about those numbers, and those will lead to different results. The challenge with declining enrollment, which has been widely talked about across the state, is that reductions in enrollment cannot be equally matched with reductions in staff because of where those reductions occur. You lose one student in a classroom, I can't cut a teacher, even though there were 18 across the district. 18 students are reduced, that's 18 times $11,600 of revenue limit authority. It's a lot of money.
And I get,
$200,000.
you still need a principal, you still need the same number of cooks. I get, it isn't a one-for-one, that's, again, but I think the public is hearing there's reductions in students, and yet we are seeing increases in costs, and I think we need to explain to the public that relationship and what's going on.
Certainly. In our course of action analysis, we indicated we'd be reducing our annual budget by at least $250,000 annually, so that's, it comes from personnel at the end of the day, so that is our goal with that commensurate student decline on a regular basis. So over 4 years, $1 million. So that brings us, if in 4 years we're looking at a $3.6 million budget deficit, that gets us closer to where we need to be.
I think we need to get you closer to where we're at, right? Because I think for you to be able to run efficiency numbers, not only what's my staffing look like, what's my support network look like for my teachers, my families, but also is there efficiencies that I'm going to be gaining by choosing one of these paths, whether we're down to 2 paths or whatever. I think you would be able to see that, okay, if we are going to choose to go to a referendum on this is how I would look to structure. And
totally.
To Deb's point, we want to see some detail on what that looks like. Okay, are we looking at teacher reduction as a support staff? Like, what are we looking at as we look at these cost savings? But I think we've got to get closer so Dr. Engel can help give us some of that information as kind of that final leg of RFIs. So
Yeah, we definitely can't ask him to do that for 5 options. So I think if we can get to that point.
Agreed.
And I hope that we can get to that without needing that information, right?
Yeah.
I think that can, again, I see 2
I do.
first steps that are happening in a lot of these. That might be one point where we would say to Dr. Engel, if it was this option, what are the savings? We know it's about 1.4 million. We have the documents that show where those savings are. If it's 1 school, where it is if it's 2 schools, where it is if it's 3 schools. It sounds like you're asking for it at the specific sites.
I think when we get there, I think that's what Deb's asking for. Is
Okay.
when we get to that point, she's going to want to say, okay, where did this 1 or 2 different scenarios, what's that look like? So not only for our own transparency and knowledge, but for the community to understand, okay, here's where the savings are coming from, what are we doing? Because to me, to make a final choice, if I'm between 2, I really want to understand that we've done the due diligence, and I'm not saying we haven't, but we can see, okay, here's the cost savings, but we also took into the fact of these efficiency gains that were a positive for us. So we can see those pros and cons as we walk through it. But that's down the road.
Would we expect them to be different depending on the different pieces that we're moving around here? Or would there be a lot of difference between different options?
As it relates to purely elementary ones, not in particular, you know, if it's Polytechnic, that looks a little bit different. If it's something that involves a middle school consolidation, you know, that could, you know, be a little bit different. If you're, you know, directing us to cut $1 million and tell us where that'll come from over 4 years, it's gonna be hard to specifically say. You know, we always take advantage of retirements and attrition and you know, see what programs are gaining interest by students and those that aren't, and, you know, we take advantage of stuff along the way. Like I said, I know we're gonna cut $250,000 a year, every year, as long as we have declining enrollment to match that, fewer students, but it could come in different places, and you might think, hey, it'll happen in this spot, but then, you know, population shifts or interests change and we'll have to look somewhere else. But if we know that's the goal, then we can be aggressive about finding that.
I'm willing to speak up on why I continue to have the ideas and where I'm at, and kind of talk to the building sites as well.
Yeah, let's do that. Switch
So
it up.
for me, two things. One, I feel like there's some geographic density where our schools are on the south side. So I continue to kind of look at those areas as far as disrupting. It's going to disrupt somebody regardless, but it's going to be hopefully less disruptive than if you take away Summit. That's a big geographic change for families. And two, there could potentially, I'm a little concerned about hedging our bets on the north side as far as like losing facilities, given the fact that that dynamic of home ownership could change in the next 10 years. There's a fair amount of people that are in their houses that could turn over those houses. They're gonna be affordable. That could potentially bring in different families. And I would hate to not have enough capacity. And I'm not saying we would or wouldn't, but I'm still, there's geographic considerations and there's also just planning for the future. So I continue to look at Spence as our best building site. One, there's less city politics that we're gonna have to look at. It's bigger and it gives us a lot more options as that we can look at in that site. It's more centrally located. And Hinchin and Spence are very similar, very close to each other geographically. I'm not saying Spence and Emerson aren't. But again, I like having clean feeder schools to middle schools and high schools. I've made that my own personal opinions on that. And I think there's pros and cons to that, but that's why I continue to look at Spence as at least my favorite building site, because it gives us a lot of options at 7 acres to do what we want to do with that, not only now, but potentially for what are we looking at for the future? You know, what does this look like? Do we want to put something else on it? But again, I think they're geographically close enough. That's where I am starting down there, and I think there's some boundary changes that could make a lot more sense to get families that are to be closer to the schools that they're actually near.
I don't disagree at all, but I would just raise as kind of just food for thought that the difference geographically, you know, like as the crow flies is not as much, but there's also significant traffic lanes that you're cutting across, and if safety and transit becomes a concern for certain families, and it's something to have in the back of our head there, you know.
I agree. And
That's said as somebody who used to walk 5 blocks to Hinchin and would then have to, you know, cross Losey and everything to get to Longfellow. So.
But I think that's good points. And those are like the nuances. I think as we kind of get closer to, I think we're in these two areas,
right,
which I think we are. To Ms. Bauman's point is I think we have 2 consolidation discussions that we've seen kind of different variations of. That's kind of where I'm at. I feel like Hogan's going to be a more challenging building site. One, I got a tighter neighborhood around it. 2, we've got a building on it that could be flagged as historical, which can be a concern for me as far as just redeveloping it. And then 2, the last thing is that it's not a clean feeder. Then we're gonna split a group of elementary students going to 2 different middle schools, and I personally don't like that. I like having it clean. These 4 schools, these 5 schools go to the school. These 5 schools go to the school. But I can be swayed on that one. That's more a soft point to me. But
Okay, let's talk about that site. Any other comments on the Dr.
Spence
Jimenez, did you?
specifically.
Juan, did you have thoughts? Did I interrupt you?
No, I did not.
What would your third lever be then?
that's why I went with the compromise with Northwoods. I feel like changing Northwoods immediately to a boundary doesn't give us any cost savings immediately, but it allows us to either prove out that the IB program is something that we can draw more revenue, more students into our district with and use as a marketing lever, and use that geographic location, which isn't great for where our students sit, but could be a good place for students from other communities to come into our buildings. And it also allows us to move off of Hogan, which clears out a site for future use, whatever that is, and we can start those discussions with the city, those proactive discussions, depending on where we want to go with it. But then it allows us to show the support to Northwoods and say, all right, I feel like this is a viable teaching model. Can we prove it out to actually draw in more students and more revenue and fill this building or fill parts of this building? Or is this not sustainable and we have to, in 2 years, come out with either move to Northwoods or move to Northside or whatever? But at least we've done our due diligence and said we've given what we needed to do to see if this will prove out. That's my compromise. That's my other lever.
What would our expectations be of showing growth, right? I mean, I think there's a hard limit on that just in terms of the demographics. It's like, we're not gonna steal 100 students from West Salem all of a sudden, right?
Correct.
What does
Maybe
that
we
look
could.
like and how does it be? Well, maybe, no, we make it great. We make it really great. Give it a coat of paint, it'll be awesome.
But I think those are the things we'd have to set up as, to your
Yeah.
point, I think you'd have to put measures on there. So it's not like, well, we grew 3 students. Well, that's not measurable growth. Just like when we put our own metrics in front of what
Right.
that to me is, and that goes back to talking to the team and figuring out, okay, can we draw 30 more students in? What's this look like?
I feel like that feels a little like we'd be swapping out the kids from shoe homes for kids from wealthier communities that would opt into our school district. That feels a little yucky to me.
I don't know if it feels yucky or if it just feels like we're putting kids that are closer to their schools with the correct support mechanisms in areas that I mean, if the community's telling us they want geographically located schools, do I disagree with them? No, it doesn't feel great. But do I look at, is it a way and a lever that we can try to find a compromise that says, we're gonna get kids closer to their boundary schools, we're gonna give them the ability or the teachers and staff what they need to help every student, but also find ways to market our district? And I'm not saying it's the right one, but
No,
it's
I
where I'm
definitely
landing.
think it's a very interesting thought for sure. My other concern with that would be, like, if we bumped up marketing and we're successful in pulling in kids from out of district to go there, that's an unpredictable number to go off of every year.
It is, but that's usually a fairly early number, isn't it? It's April?
But what would we do if we dropped 50 kids in a year? We'd be like, oh, guess we're closing.
When students start in open enrollment, it's pretty sticky. You know, you'd be looking to really recruit in like kindergarten 4K, and if they stick around, they like their teachers, they like their program, and then they stick around that through the rest of their career, and probably then there's some decisions made in 6th grade and high school. People make changes there, but if they're recruited in when they typically would come at that 4K kindergarten level, they're likely to stick around. So it's there's not as much variability as you'd think, unless there's something that happens.
I struggle with, I feel like we're putting Northwoods in a much harder spot than any other school, because now they're gonna have to prove themselves. Like, I think we as a board should make a decision for the next 10 years as best as we can see and leave it at that. Otherwise, I mean, the anxiety that the schools are feeling, like this is just gonna continue in Northwoods, and it's not gonna it's not gonna be resolved. It's always there, like, did we get enough this year? I think that's my struggle with that piece of it. I also don't love the idea of administration moving out there, because it's just so far out. I think it's hard for families to get to. That's where I'm struggling with that. I think with whatever we do with Northwoods, we make a decision for the next 10-ish years, because it's the best we could probably ever do, and just make the decision and not leave them hanging like, well, maybe you're in next year, maybe you're not.
I agree with what you're saying, Deb, to a great extent. I don't love, like, I have two kind of questions, like, who's gonna do that work of, pumping up the school and it certainly can't be the staff any more than they're already doing to publicize the great things that are going in their room. Then my other question is around, we've heard a lot about the great draw that the school has, and I wonder, like, what can we add right now to improve upon that? And I'm sure that the staff will have some great ideas about that, and I want to support them in doing those things, but I don't love the sense of saying, okay, go prove it. Right? You've told us how valuable this is, go prove it for 2 years, and then we'll make a decision. I don't love that feeling. Yeah.
And it would require families open enrolling in from other districts to drive their own kids, right? Like, it's not just,
Yeah.
oh, this school sounds great, I can get them bused there. Like, that would be a big decision for a family, I think.
Great.
Very interesting idea. I just don't love it.
No, it's okay. No, and Rick, this is why we're having these
Yeah.
conversations, is because we have to find the levers that make
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
You know, I try to walk a compromise line, and honestly, in the business world, if somebody gives me 2 years, that's my job. It's my job to go do it. Do I have corporate resources behind me to go help you? Yeah, I'm not gonna expect the teachers and the staff at the school to go grow that. That's the partnership of the district helping in marketing.
Yeah.
Not only that, but all the other things that we do, right?
Right.
So.
Being a school district instead of a district of schools.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's the way I kind of see it. Is it fair? It's probably more fair than saying you're done tomorrow. Is it fun? No. But do I think there's opportunity? Yeah. But like I said, I'm viewing it, I don't come from the educational world. So for me, if somebody says you got 2 years to go build this plan, then it's my job to go build it. So.
Did you just volunteer to do that for a while?
Hey, I might be making jobs for myself after I'm done for it, okay?
So what are the options that we have? I'm confused with even.
Where we're at?
Yeah.
We have an option, and I could be wrong, I was making notes, so you can correct me if I mess this up. We've got 4, 5, 8, 10, and 11, which was Jeff's new idea.
Do you want us to look at them as a holistic one, or do you want to start picking them apart and saying, I like this part? Because I think if we start picking them apart and saying, I like this piece,
Yeah.
I know it's gonna create new options, but I think it'll also win away
No,
some of the other things.
I feel like we're kind of congealing around the first step, right?
Agreed.
And that is my biggest concern right now, is I just wanna know the first step, and then the rest follows. I'm not opposed to board members within these things, if we know we're going to referendum and it's either gonna be to build at Hogan or to build at Spence, then saying what the next pieces are. It would be super cool if we could pick a location first. I think the location of the first step gives choices for the next step. One of the things that number 4 leaves open is after an Emerson and Spence consolidation at the Hogan site, there's options left. So we know we're gonna close another building, but it's not decided in the first step. It's just these are identified as the next buildings in 2028.
And I would add with 4, it's an option in there, but for a referendum to consolidate Hinchin with additions to other buildings, if you're looking for a invest in the future strategy that gives people something to look forward to, that is an option that is there. You know, we have estimates for a state road addition that's been on the books for many years, and we've updated the numbers. You could add 8 classrooms there and bring in the bulk of students from Hinchin to that site and create an attendance area that tries to accommodate more students kind of sticking together. That is one piece in all of this, right, amongst all the others, but you know, there may be more than just one way to bring communities together with something to look forward to, as opposed to just losing something. So.
This is my last plea at this. So I feel like we have to make a decision this month, so we know for staffing and all that sort of thing. I think with our decision tonight to go towards referendum, we've addressed that timeline. We've made that what that needs to be done by now. I feel like I'm being rushed into picking which site it is when we haven't really, again, I really think community engagement at this point would be helpful, because it's gonna make the referendum be the right one, and it's gonna be more successful, and it's about building support in the community, which is what we really need to have instead of splitting things. And so I feel like we've made the right choice tonight that has to be made within the time frame, and now we've got a few months to figure out the rest of it. And maybe I'm the only one who thinks that way, but I'm feeling rushed to have to pick, because really, at the end of the day, of all these options, the options include referendum for Emerson Spence or Spence Hinchin. And I'm not prepared to really tonight decide one way or the other, to take one off the table or keep one on. I'm not prepared for that. Because there's really
Can I
good
bring
arguments
up-
on both sides.
Sorry.
Yeah, Scott?
Could I just bring up one more thing as well? I think, and I'll make my one last plea as well, and again, people will say, well, why do you want to have two questions on a referendum? I think one was it's given somebody, the voters, a choice, so we can put both building sites and we can put a closure, whatever on it, but at least giving them a choice of two options allows them a little more voice as well, instead of just holding it to one and saying take it or leave it. And I agree that with Deb, I'm not ready to eliminate anything. I think the latest one brought tonight is very creative, but I think it's a great deal of work, and I'm not sure, like the Logan, where you'd put an addition without removing a lot of the sports activity things, and so that concerns me as well, so that's more I'd have to dig into, but I don't think it's a terrible thing to have more than one question on a referendum. It happens all the time. I could be voted against, obviously, because I am a lot in life, but that is just my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about the two referendum option and what we have that we can do with that. Can you talk about that a little?
Yeah, with referenda, I haven't seen two competing ideas on a ballot, in part because if they approve them both, then you have to do them both. You know,
Or you could lose both.
or you could lose both. You know, typically what I've seen is schools use survey companies or focus groups to kind of get a sense of where the community sits on that stuff before they go to referendum. In many cases, successfully surveying the community, like with Northside, they used a survey company to get a sense for kind of if folks supported consolidation, and it was like 60%, I think, supported it through the survey. And then the board was really at that point debating like what was the right scale in order to make a decision around that facility, as opposed to like what was going to happen on the referendum. Sometimes folks put two different issues on a ballot that aren't competing but aren't like mutually exclusive. You know, so you might put a pool on there along with a high school edition, and one or the other might go, and then they kind of pick that path as opposed to the other. But we can certainly explore, you know, if there are competing referendum things that have happened in other places that we could utilize. Sometimes counties and cities, more often than school districts, put questions on ballots that are questions, you know, just like, would you support this? Like, would you support legalization of marijuana has been a big one lately, you know, that counties have been asking in order to dredge up political support for larger societal issues. You know, I haven't seen that from schools a lot, and I'm not sure how that would work, but it is a possibility. Typically, schools have used survey companies or other sensing opportunities to identify a path forward, so.
So I'll
That
post.
point is well taken. I agree, that's well taken point. That's something we have to consider. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. I think it's a good thing to consider, and, you know, I think there's advantage in direct democracy, giving voters choice. You know, we have represented democracy at this table. Our school board has been elected to make those decisions for others through your best information possible.
I think it would be pretty quick to launch a survey if we could narrow down to a couple options and get the community's input, and then
Just make sure it's accessible. We heard that from the Hinchin
yeah,
team as far as languages and.
but that still requires us narrowing it down.
I'd really like to see a survey and maybe a focus group as well. I feel like there's just a whole group of people don't respond to surveys, and clearly the survey on the high school consolidation didn't lead you in the right direction. And so I want to make sure we don't make that mistake again. And I think surveys are a good tool and some other input.
I guess I worry about the focus group only because when we assembled our committee of community volunteers for FAC, we were told from some community members that the process of selection was unfair. Focus group is a couple of people that represent different interests, right? There's other ways to gather other input besides surveys that I think. So I guess I'd put that out. If there's general consensus that like you want survey information or more community input before committing to a site, we would just need to know from Dr. Engel what kind of timeline is reasonable to work within. But if that is something that the board is interested in, maybe we need to know the timeline first before we decide what works for you.
Yeah, maybe instead of focus groups, we could have community forums or something. Sometimes they're really well attended, sometimes they're not, but at least we've done our due diligence.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick apart anything and you take what you have and do the best you can. We had 21 focus groups leading up to the referendum for the high school, and it didn't lead to the right path either. So, and well attended by lots and lots of people, including elected leaders in our community who did not support the thing they said they would. So it's hard to know how that will go when it comes to it, but I do think there is value in surveying if you have the time and can get it out in a good way. Surveys are typically filled out by the people who vote, and so while they may not feel representative sometimes, it's also representative of the polls, which is not a great commentary on society, but it is what it is. And so if you're looking for political understanding of something, surveys are often a good tool to get a political understanding of what will be successful at a ballot box. I would say if there's some narrowed down choices and we can present a binary to our community, it will be a lot easier to get valuable survey results. If we're presenting a menu of items, it will be very hard to get valid data.
I guess the thing that probably would be a struggle in a survey too is like the next step is unclear. So people's choices on the site might differ depending on what the next step is. So if we can't commit to one or the other, we're gonna have a lot of noise in there that's gonna be hard to interpret. I do just generally stress about the timeline of this, and the reason why I'm pushing, like, let's talk about this school, let's talk about this decision, let's talk about this option, is because I want to, as much as possible, eliminate stress for people. Because if it's, you know, if majority of the board is like, this is a non-starter for me, I don't want to talk about it, removing that option eases anxiety in some areas. So if we're going to commit to a referendum, but not a specific site, and do some surveys, we've still left literally like everything on the table and not done any sort of help to our community to like guide them on where we're even thinking of going. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just like worried about letting that anxiety sit out there longer.
I think to ask the community, is it Emerson, Spence, or Spence Hinchin, there'll be more signs in the yards about protecting my school.
Yeah.
I think the question is it important, our neighborhood schools are important, is socioeconomic balance important? Is aligning elementary schools with high schools important? Is updating old buildings important? I mean, I think it's those are the questions that we're really struggling with here. If you talk about the sites, I think then it gets
So I guess I would
unhelpful.
point also to the FAC survey that went out that ranked a bunch of that information.
What are the parameters?
And that's, I know that there are criticisms about the survey. That's fine, but if we just did another survey, the same criticisms would lie there
Right.
without significant work to like,
Well, the criticisms of the survey were the FAC had a really robust conversation about it at their first meeting. It was, everyone left the room with the impression that it would be discussed at the next meeting, and between that meeting and the next meeting, the survey was out and back. So that was the concern that I've heard, and that I was at both those meetings, so that's that was my struggle with that.
Does anyone besides Jeff have a, like, definitive, this is what I think would be good idea? Like, is anyone sold on one idea over the other?
I think I shared earlier where I was, right? I think that there's pieces of that option that Ms. Sukla proposed that I like, but there are also pieces that I did not like in terms of how do we meet that minimum threshold financially. I do think that we do need to combine schools. I think that given the heat map, it kind of is directing us to where the best option is in order for us to combine. I do also feel that it is time, it is past time for us to have newer buildings. I'm tired of spending money on buildings. I want to spend money on students' curriculum and people serving our students in the classroom, right? And so that's where I'm at. And I don't.
In favor of Spence Emerson, third lever, TBD.
I'm in favor of a referendum to build a new school. I'm in favor of whether it be Emerson, Spence, Hinton, something in the center of our community. I'm also in favor of not eliminating or selling any lots. I don't care about the building, but I don't want to see any lots disappear because in the future we could use those for other needs, whether that be a new building, whether that be a new administrative center, whether that be something different that we need for our schools. Those are the things that I'm really focused in on. But yes, anything that touches people or students or curriculum, that's where I'm going to draw a very hard line. And so to the comment of, I believe Dr. Engel added to the assessment of what we would need to do in order to make Ms. Sukla's proposal, Ms. Sukla's idea that she brought forward to us to consider. I just would not be in favor of that. So it's still murky, but at least I've got like these guardrails that I'm going off of.
Could I bring up that I agree with some of what was just said, but I also believe that filling some of our school area, if we decide Hogan is no longer going to operate, we need to sell that, and we need to get rid of the land. I don't think it makes sense to keep it. And also, if Emerson was to close, and I'm not saying it is, so don't jump off the roof, but if it was to close, which has significant problems for building itself and just its age, that is an easy sell, let's be honest, because UWL would eat that up in a heartbeat, and I don't know with the size of that lot and where we did what we could build there down the line anyway. So that is there. I think we need to be financially responsible and good stewards of our taxpayers' monies as well if we're able to recoup some money, just like we did with our latest closure and what we did with Jefferson and Roosevelt on the north side. So that's just my 2 cents in it. Thank you.
I don't want to dig into the weeds on this particular point about UWL purchasing Emerson, and I don't speak for UWL as a whole, but I work at the admissions office now. I have some insight into it. It's not a foregone conclusion because a purchase of that size also rises to the level of the legislature, and so that's just a reality we would have to contend with as part of that. So.
Yeah, I think that might have been truer 5-10 years ago.
I don't think the appetite has changed because of where the enrollments are and the desire, to have better options for the students on campus. But the reality of being able to make a purchase when there are other developments planned for the campus that we're still waiting on approval for. So
that is true. And if I just may bring up one thing, and again, I'm not advocating for Emerson because people are going to jump down my throat saying it is, but it is prime. It is also prime development land for somebody to develop something. I mean, talk about an apartment building would be, as a real estate agent, I just realized how much that land would be worth to somebody.
I still worry about the historical designation.
Of Hogan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
potential.
I worry about it, but also,
I think,
if the referendum passed, that would be 60,000, how many people do we have in the district?
62,000 residents, about 30,000 vote in our school district on an election. While the city may go through the motion of designating it historic, I think an appeal would be successful given the direct democracy that has taken place to indicate what the city wants for that land.
Especially if there's building on this site.
Well, if we were the developer, I'd be way less concerned about that. If we were trying to sell Hogan, I'd be way more concerned.
Right.
Oh, yeah, if we were to sell the property, it would be designated as historic, guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put one thing out there about the Hinch and Spence option that leaves me concerned. There's a couple of things that leave me concerned. One thing is not addressing Emerson is a concern for me. Emerson has hung out there as a school that needs to be addressed for a long time. And in the recording that Dr. Engel sent us of the discussion of going to referendum for North Side, Emerson was even brought up. And I know that in the past, there was a little whisper of Emerson potentially closing, and that kind of kicked into gear discussion on what that would be like. I think like if we chose the Spence Hinchin site, like we're committing then to also choosing Emerson to do something there. Like you at least have to bring it, basically address those maintenance needs. But then I tend to worry about the number of referendums that we're gonna have to go for addressing multiple aging buildings across the community. And like Deb has pointed out, we don't just have elementary schools to address. Our middle schools, while we have invested in them recently, are still pretty old. That's kind of where some of my concerns about like choosing an option sets you down a path of having to address other future problems. The thing that I favor about, there's a couple of things that I favor about option 4, where it's at Emerson Spence, is it addresses those two older buildings within a neighborhood that is right up next to each other, which would be a saving for the community on those building replacement costs. Instead of replacing potentially 2, you're replacing 1. And if we know there's a potential of a middle school referendum maybe down the line, or other little referendums to address other things, like I think one of the hardest things that sitting through the high school referendum and then the operational referendum information sessions was like the community saying, well, then you're gonna ask us for more. And that's kind of one of the things that I think is a piece of this, or should be a piece of this discussion, is the first step we choose will precipitate future decisions that we have to be aware of and have to be like 100% cool with, then going to the community and saying, we kept Emerson, we can't just let it limp along anymore. Something has to be done in this building.
Emerson was an old school 20 years ago, and we were afraid to touch it because the neighborhood's pretty vocal. But now it's just 20 years older. And that's why leaving Emerson is a challenge for me because of the age of the building. I think it's a cool community. It's a really solid community. I mean, there's a lot of awesome things going on with it. At the end of the day, I have to make decisions that are good financial decisions, but we have to make decisions around kids. And if I'm going to cause change in someone's life, the kids that are most economically disadvantaged are the ones that I'm going to be more likely to protect. And so I'm looking at the economic disadvantage percentages between the schools, and again, that's why it's hard for me to think about Northwoods and Hinchin, which was a recommendation from the FAC, because they have so many kids that are really struggling, and asking them to have abrupt changes in their life just seems really, really hard. And so that's why I'm leaning towards the Emerson Spence option. But I have received very good community input, the last few weeks particularly, and, have great respect for the Emerson community as well as the Spence community. The Spence community has also become more vocal, in their concerns. And again, that's why, however we do this, and I live in the middle of this, like probably if you drew an arrow between Spence and Hinchin, it's probably my house. So I do agree that they're pretty closely, pretty close together. But that's why I'm just leaning that way. But again, a public input is really helping me make the right choice for this community. So that's where I'm struggling.
I completely agree with the desire to protect the kids who are the most vulnerable. Where I struggle a little bit is in, are we protecting them from a disruption that is going to happen over a period of 1 or 2 years? Or are we offering the students who need it most a wonderful new facility and new opportunities? And
Which we did on the north side.
Which we did on the north side, and I think to great effect. Substituting in that building was amazing. And it's a great place. And if we're thinking about choice, and if we're sitting on the definition that I think you're right to remind us of, that it's about choice for people to want to be here, right? Then providing sparkling new facilities, right where they're needed, I think that's protecting the kids, and that's serving the kids who need the resources the most.
So where is that?
The other thing about going to the community.
Yeah, where are you talking about, Trevor?
So I also wanted to jump in. I think you're right also to say that something will need to happen with Emerson at some point. Nothing is going to last forever there. I think the real concerns about that community, the Grandview Emerson neighborhood, as one of the densest residential neighborhoods in our city, right, is real. I have real concerns about what would happen to that neighborhood in terms of rentals and housing stock being further depleted if one of the major draws for families was removed from that area. I say this as somebody who until recently lived on 19th Street, right across from it, and my daughter started kindergarten at Emerson until we moved to a different boundary and decided to stay within that boundary. I know the neighborhood. I know how great it is. I loved living there. I have real concerns about that, but I can't imagine that it is the building itself that is what people like. They like having the school nearby. They like having it safe and accessible, right? And they love the experiences that have been able to be had there. If I turned the other direction and walked away from my old house, I'd end up at Hogan in almost the exact amount of time. It's different for the people who live right across the street. I get that, but can we base a decision of this size solely on that inconvenience for a limited number of people when we could put a new facility at Hogan that serves the neighborhood, I believe, equally as well, probably better because it would be new. That's part of where I'm at. To try to
I'm clapping.
Well, it sounds like we're congealing around in Emerson Spence. I mean, it's kind of what I'm hearing.
I'm there.
But that doesn't get us to the numbers.
Right.
Right.
But I think it gets us closer.
It-
right?
yeah.
I mean, it gets us to two-thirds of the way there.
Is the board comfortable with that sort of a decision before a survey?
I wanted to go back to the survey point as well, just to say, it seems like it's an exercise in finding out how many people in a particular area are willing to vote against their school. And to some extent, it's democratic, but I don't know, depending on how the questions were written and what information we were seeking, I would have concerns about
Yeah,
that.
And I guess I question, what more information do we need that we don't
Yeah.
have already?
That's what I was just thinking too.
Well, I guess
Well, we need to talk about the districting at Emerson if they're gonna split still across the two middle schools.
Yeah.
You're over 650 students if you went 1-for-1 with Spencer.
Yeah.
Emerson, there are two,
And I
those
don't
are
know
our
if much
densest
has
populations,
changed.
there are two most attended.
I don't know if much has changed when it went flaming down. 10, 15 years ago.
What happened to
The referendum?
They,
Yeah.
that community lowered it down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Building here.
That's the other piece is,
But there were more pieces to that referendum than just that.
so
But that is the community that voted it down.
these would be like, and I don't like talking about politics, but a referendum is politics. Like you'd have two pretty vocal communities potentially voting in their self-interest, likely, everybody does. Would they vote it down and then leave us? I don't want to make the decision on that, based on that. That doesn't feel right when looking at the full district. I don't like picking an option that favors a specific community. Like, we should be thinking of the full. But I just like also want a referendum to pass. I don't want to be on the other side. I don't want the district to be on the other side having to figure out a quick next plan. It did not feel great to
Having to do
close
this again.
Lincoln, you know. Oh,
I think that's part
There was another plan
Yeah.
to just close them without a referendum.
yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna meet the number, I mean, now we're bumping up against the constraints that the Facilities Advisory Committee had, right? Where if we're gonna try to legitimately meet that number, if we're gonna try not to second guess and leave it for later and let it drag out and start the process over and survey and focus group and still kind of roll the dice with the referendum, the cleanest, most straightforward answer is to, look at that's the cleanest, most straightforward answer they could come up with, given the constraints that we're now bumping up
Well, and
against.
I think that that's part of our due diligence. I mean, it's having the plan B. Referendum passes, this is what happens. Referendum fails, this is what happens. So I think we can't go to referendum without having this is what would happen if a failed referendum were to occur.
But man, we wrote all those letters, all those op-eds where you're like, if the high school referendum fails, we're gonna have to close elementaries because we gotta come up with this money somewhere
Yeah.
through efficiencies, and that didn't matter.
Still
Right.
combine the high schools at Central if it failed.
Yep.
And people were not happy that we shared.
Well, but again, we had to share, right? That was the transparent part of this work, is that we had to share what could happen if the referendum fails, and we're here.
I would say beyond a generalized indication that stuff would have to close, this seated board won't be making that decision either.
Correct.
So whether you want to tie the hands of a future board or not, you can't.
Right.
So you can let folks know the problem still exists and the solutions are still the same. I don't know how specifically you can, tie the hands of a future board for a particular outcome if a referendum fails. Referendum passes is pretty clear, but, that's just a concern that I've seen over the years,
Sure.
as one board looks out to the next horizon, and with three folks off going, it is a pretty stark difference in terms of how it will be constituted next, so.
I don't disagree. I would also agree that the election of those next three board members probably would be people who are meeting what the community wants. So, I think that there's also something to be said for that.
All right, I want to make a case for the Spence Hinchin site. Because I'm split. I don't know, I was honestly, I'm glad that I don't have to make the choice myself. Because I'd have a hard time picking. That's why it's cool that there's 9 of us. One of the big benefits of the Spence site is the huge space. I mean, to Jeff's points, beautiful green space, opportunity for growth. Proximity-wise, similar distance. Closer, Spence and Hinchin are closer than Emerson and Spence.
Yeah.
Emerson and Spence would they'd meet in the middle. But if we're looking at those disruptions, it kind of is a wash on that one.
There's fewer off-campus opportunities there nearby as well, and I guess the question is, we've heard about how great those are, right, and going to Myrick, going to
Yeah.
UWL, yeah, absolutely.
But it's also not something
But
that
there's a lot of
every other
logistics and-
school gets
yeah.
access to too. So it's like, how can we weigh those specific?
Right.
And then again, we've had this conversation like with Northwoods, how can we weigh the benefits of an IB education against all the others? You can't take each school's unique special thing that makes it wonderful.
Yep.
And it's apples and oranges.
Well, it's apples and oranges and pears,
Yeah.
kumquats, and like every one is a little different. Like,
Fruit salad.
I
and
would
none
just
of
like-
them is just outright failing and presents itself as an obvious
No.
solution, so.
Hinchton and Spence do have the same size site, just for clarity's sake. The advantage to the Spence site is that it's located adjacent to Erickson Park, and so it creates a much larger feel, and there's opportunities for the YMCA programs and other things. But they are the same site physically, and so just throw that out there for a little bit of context. I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, so.
Correct.
Pickleball in Erickson, isn't there?
I want to ask a
Oh, a tree
question
park, right.
about the building replacement estimations of 0 to 20 years for Emerson and Spence. Like, what does that mean? Like, I've struggled with that piece a lot. We heard a speaker tonight say that the deferred maintenance costs are overblown. Like, how do we, if we choose any of these sites, address that idea that like everything's fine, we don't need to replace the building, it's fine? Like, where does the 0 to 20 years come from for building replacement when we look at that?
Yeah, it's, you know, the goal is to have modern educational facilities that meet today's educational standards for our students, and so those are goals. You can accomplish that through heavy remodeling if you have a good structure. It's not as possible if the structure itself is in poor condition. Spence was built at a time when there was rapid building going on in the post-baby boom era, and the quality just wasn't there. And so while it has served our students very well and continues to this day, it would be that would be really hard to significantly invest in financially for another 50, 60 years, say. Emerson does have a better shell. It has got a better foundation to it, and it is a building that would hold up better over time. Deferred maintenance is continually deferred. It keeps getting pushed off. If you were taking care of your home, you wouldn't do this stuff. You would replace your roof on time, you'd replace your boiler. That said, we all make the decision to wait till the boiler's leaking on the basement floor before we replace it, right? You know, like at the end of the day, like, do I spend the $2,000 now, or do I wait until it's Christmas and I got my company over, right? And so it's something that happens, but it is also there. And if the roof fails, you're busy replacing the roof on an emergency basis, as opposed to, you know, when you would want to. We have tens of millions of dollars of deferred maintenance that will continue to be deferred. They are anticipated costs, they're not real costs. And so it's a difficult conversation to have around those. You know, you're kind of anticipating a future need for your community, for your taxpayer, for your school district. And so it's important to be good stewards of our community's investment. They paid a lot of money for Emerson and Spence at one point. If we're gonna keep them, we ought to invest in them and keep them whole for the benefit of our students. And if we're not, then we gotta look at other things. And so you can also build new, right? You can replace those buildings as well. Right now, the going price of replacing a north side 550, you know, it's almost, was it 32? I can't remember the numbers. 30, $40 million. I mean, it's a lot. The cost, $30 million, you know, the cost of a 400 size, you know, about Emerson, you know, you can scale that back some, probably not as much as you'd want, you know, probably $25 million in that range, you know. So things are just expensive, and, but they should be 120-year investments too. Emerson got us there. That's awesome. Spence could.
Still there.
It's still there. We would make it work, but.
If you did the Spence Hinton, could you include some monies to update Emerson and bite your bullet of your same thing at the same time?
Would that bring further support for the plan?
It would from that community.
Presumably.
So then I would also then ask,
What about Spence?
what are what's the next lever, right?
It would have to be Northwoods, in my opinion.
And then do we think that closing a newer school?
That's why I'm in favor of the Spence Emerson plan over the Hinch and Spence plan.
That's what it hinges on, is the
third
the
number.
steps there.
Because it gives us, wait, can you clarify that?
If we consolidated Hinton and Spence, in my opinion, we'd be then faced with Emerson or Northwoods again. And I wouldn't close Emerson to then ship everybody to Northwoods. I would choose Northwoods to close.
Okay. So doing Emerson Spence gives the better second option then?
Which still is
It's to be
looming
determined.
TBD.
No, right, yeah. We're gonna give you the same option regardless.
Not necessarily.
Well, no, because then it would be Hinchin, Northwoods, right?
I would keep Northwoods open. I do not understand closing a building that is so new and so beautiful that, we're sitting on, and again, I'm just gonna say it, Emerson had a good life, but all good lives come to an end, and I'm afraid it may be at its end of time.
I guess, how would we get buy-in for Emerson Spence from those two communities if that was the?
Well, that's, I think, the point that I was hoping we could have with community input about what do you want? What, if you got a new school, what would you want in it? How could you support this? At least I'd give them that option.
But are we talking then about surveying, just the Grandview Emerson neighborhood, just the Spence boundary? I'm okay with the idea of targeting communication like that to get a sense of those people most impacted most immediately by the change, but there are other stakeholders in our community who have an interest in this decision.
Typically, we would put out a survey and we'd ask you what neighborhood do you live in, or,
So
and then you disaggregate the results, based on that. And if there's, if you're looking for priorities, what's most important to you in a school, or what do you want to keep in it, or what would you like in a new school, I personally hope that anybody could get behind a modern school that meets all of our expectations for education, and if that's the school your kid gets to go to. And, if you're at Emerson, it's 9 blocks away from your current school, and if you're at Spence, it's 13 blocks away from your current school. I hope people could get behind that.
And closer for more than half of them.
The population.
Their current school.
To address your point, Ms. Bowman, earlier you talked about, going to the community and we have to keep replacing these buildings. The one good thing about consolidation is instead of replacing 2 buildings, now you only have to replace 1. And that is the cost of doing business. We have old buildings, we have got to replace them. And I think the community, my experience on the board, the community understands that.
That's what I
And
said
as far
earlier.
as how we go about the other piece of getting buy-in, I think it starts with the staff, this would be a big change to you, but what would you like to see that you don't currently have? How could we create that? And I think if we can build support there, then that spreads out, that becomes contagious. That's kind of how I would do it. I can't imagine staff at either building is yay! But thought about building, as you said, a modern new building, people could get excited about once you start really thinking about it. And I think that could be a way we could start to build support.
Are we meeting tomorrow?
I really don't want to meet tomorrow, to be honest.
I second
And
the motion.
if we look at the guiding questions you set out for us, Ms. Bauman, do we prefer to consolidate schools by going to referendum to build a new school? Do we prefer to consolidate schools within our existing structures? It sounds like we have an answer to that question. If we prefer to go to referendum, do we prefer to consolidate 2 schools or 3 schools? It's still kind of murky. Do we prefer to move Polytechnic to a new location or not? I think that's been solved. Will we address north side schools in our consolidation plans or not? Seems like that's been solved.
I thought Polytechnic was tabled.
I withdrew my
Yeah, you withdrew.
perhaps
So
over hasty
it's
motion.
still on the table. I mean, I guess,
I've heard no discussion around a 3-school consolidation. None.
It's all two.
All 2.
We can't, I don't think we can do it.
You
through-
broached Hamilton, and it was clear that that's fraught, and the attendance and size issues with the 3-school option, nobody pushed back on Mr. Jackson's assessment there, so I would just throw that out there. In terms of 2 versus 3, I've heard no 3-school.
No, but I also didn't hear anything directly saying we're not gonna do 3,
Sure.
right? So
Absolutely.
I just wanted to see who
Totally.
would actually bite that one, and
Yeah.
I'm glad we did.
Well, with the numbers now, I don't support 3 schools. As the numbers decline, there'll be some decline. How fast they decline, how much they decline is unknown. If they declined enough that it wasn't 900 students or 800 students, then we might decide something different at that point. But I think we'd want to build a building that has capacity for thinking about what the future could possibly be as best as we can see it now. But I don't really support it today, but that's not to say it would never happen.
Correct.
Aaron, if we decided to go to referendum to combine Emerson and Spence, for example, and we knew we still had this looming third lever, how do Wisconsin people say this? From Wisconsin.
You're from Wisconsin.
Say lever.
I'm from Illinois.
I'm picking lever, but I feel like, okay, good. Would we have to decide that now? Like, for example, if we agreed with your assessment that we could add on to State Road and put Hinton there, would we need to do both referenda together? Or could we start with one and see how that goes and then do the other in a few, like, what's the timeline for that?
We have, options for short-term budgetary things. It comes at a cost, flexibility in the future, lost opportunity. If there's an opportunity, like with those 2 things that you threw out there, Emerson and Spence and a Hinchin State Road Edition thing, if that happens all at once, there's a lot more certainty, and we know where we're headed right away, and we can quickly move from like bandaging things every year to like thinking about investing in our future and reshaping education in a more positive way, as opposed to staring down a deficit annually. The sooner we have certainty about the future, the sooner we can plan for a lot of those positive things that we want to think about, whether that's the arts facilities or the athletics facilities or career and tech ed stuff. And maybe there's a bundle of things that our community can get behind that involves a couple of those things. And I know the referendum that failed before Northside was kind of complicated and
2 schools, closing 5, building 2, north side, south side. It was a lot of moving parts.
it was a lot of moving parts.
Too much creative thinking, right, Jeff?
Most of what's being discussed here is relatively simple and concise, pretty easy to understand, even if you paired a couple of things from my perspective. We'll operate within the budget that we have, but I continually hear from our teachers that we want to be paid well and competitively. We want attractive benefits to keep us here. We want more staff, not fewer, to support us in the buildings, to support the challenges that we face every day. And so if we don't address structural deficits that don't impact those things, then we do have to address those things. And so while it's painful, I believe that on the back end of it, we will be a much stronger school district that is still able to invest in the things that make parents and students really happy, which is our teachers. So.
All right.
It's true too, if we go to referendum in November and it passes, we're still looking at like a couple of years of build, like what's the timeline between the referendum in November were it to pass, to consolidate either Emerson and Spence or Hinton and Spence, and the moment when like,
Everybody wants to go to the building.
yeah, students would be
It'd be
shuffling buildings and doing
3
things like that.
years away. That is a lot of time to plan. If you're thinking about your current 3rd grader,
They'll be
they
gone.
would be
They'll
gone,
graduated already.
before this even happens. So there's plenty of time to prepare for that. If we're putting all of our eggs in this referendum basket, even if it passes, what we are talking about is 3 years of managing a $2.5 to $3 million budget
And that was my
deficit.
other question.
And some of that will come from natural attrition, like Ms. Sukla mentioned, but some of it will have to come from short-term things that impact our school district's flexibility for the foreseeable future. And so, there's cost to that too. Well worth it, because on the back end, you've got that certainty. So the more we can know from a referendum, the better off I believe we are. And I think our community showed from the last referendum in April, they want to invest in our schools. They want to invest in our kids. I think there's strong support for public education in this community. It's got to be the right combination of things that shows that we value their voice, their input, and the future.
What was the savings of Northwoods becoming a charter? Like if we did a referendum option, that wouldn't bridge any gaps by any means, but.
It doesn't measurably save funds, but it aligns with that neighborhood concept and allowing kids to kind of be where they're at. It may cut down some transportation depending on the enrollment, that ends up on the back end of that. The savings of that idea came mostly as it related to Polytechnic moving out there. It is a lever to pull when you think about enrollment in Hamilton, though. And so if you're looking at an Emerson Spence and want kind of more natural attendance areas, if you kind of change the Hamilton attendance area and build that out to more like 300 students, then moving a soda out to that charter or other things is kind of a lever to kind of manage enrollment. And I do believe there's probably an advantage to creating options on the north edge of our boundary to attract folks from other schools. Our highest open enrollment is to the IB program at Northwoods, for our elementary programs.
Sorry, wouldn't there be room for soda at Northwoods now? There's like 130 kids at soda. Without changing it to a charter, couldn't you keep it how it is and move soda out there?
Yeah, it'd be a very full elementary school, especially relative to the others, but it would be possible. We'd have 150 kids left at Hamilton right now.
I see that Hamilton would be very inefficient at that point.
But I was thinking that if you were just talking about redistricting Hamilton.
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily need to change things with Northwoods and put soda out there. I'd have to think about that just a little bit more, but by the numbers, yes, it would be possible.
And considering the Hamilton boundary, I'm assuming it might make the most sense then to consider an addition at Hamilton in order to ensure we have sufficient space, or no?
It'd just be how you draw the boundaries, with a 550 school replacement of any combination on the south side, we can accommodate all the kids with those remaining buildings, particularly if you're closing a second building, right? If it's Emerson and Spence come together and you're looking at closing Hinchin, then you might start to think about, do you need an addition somewhere? It could be the 8 classrooms that we've planned for at Hinchin or State Road in the past. It could be the 6 classrooms that we've estimated a cost for at Hamilton to facilitate that.
The document here says 8 classrooms at Hamilton.
Oh, 8 classrooms, yes.
Okay, all right.
The document is correct.
I only bring up the Northwoods charter because, Ms. Burkett pointed out, we shouldn't shy away from conversations that are difficult. It does sound like there is more interest to look on the south side, but I wanted to one more time put that out there for the board. As we look at these and the levers, that was one of my winnowing down questions. We don't necessarily have to commit, but I think it would be helpful if we committed to either turning Northwoods into a charter or not. Do you know what I mean?
Doesn't sound like we would necessarily need to.
Is it a disadvantage for them to be a charter?
Yes.
Is it an advantage for us to have them be a charter? I'm not sure what the charters function differently here than they do in Texas, and so I'm asking for clarification on that.
The IB program, I would imagine, continuing to be a choice school. It just would be non-boundary, so there won't be a natural boundary area under these proposals, and so families would continue to choose that. We have lots of families that choose to go to North Woods, that it's not their boundary school, or that are currently traveling relatively far, given the nature of its boundary, in order to go there. You know, so I would imagine strong enrollment afterwards without needing to designate it as a charter and without a home boundary.
And-
It would change things though over time, for sure.
So the kids who do live within the existing Northwoods boundary would have to
They'd need to choose
proactively
it.
opt in.
That's correct.
Okay. Which of course they'd be prompted to do, because otherwise they don't have a boundary.
Yep, they would still have a boundary somewhere else, right? Whether it's on North Side or Emerson.
So
you
they,
know,
yeah.
there would be a natural boundary, and over time, you know, there might be, you know, some students that choose to go to the school that's closer physically, but there would still be lots of students that would choose that model of education and to be with their friends and older siblings, and it would continue to be a draw for open enrollment.
We're nearing 10 o'clock. It would be cool if we could take some of the 3 school options off. It'd be cool if we could take other schools off the table to relieve anxiety. Polytechnic was one that we had added on, but is not an elementary school. If you're not ready to do that yet, that's fine. The North Side Schools question in this first step was one of the ones I had. We don't necessarily need to address it, but I would like to get us down from those three school options. 4 and 5 are 2 schools. 8 is 2. 10 is 2. Oh, did we already get rid of all the 3?
I thought we did.
Well, shoot, we still have 5 options.
But they're just versions of the same two.
They are, and so I'd be fine not meeting tomorrow, since I guess, like, I still maintain, like, we only have one more meeting on our agenda for this. We can always push it out, but the more we push it out, the more anxiety it causes. If there are things that board members are like, we could get to majority to remove, I think that would be a service to the community.
I don't know, I feel like we don't need a meeting tomorrow. It sounds like we're gelling on an option, and I think we could get the work done in that next meeting.
So I'm not opposed to, I know nobody wants to meet tomorrow, but I'm not opposed to adding a meeting down the line either, but I think tomorrow is just too soon for us to really dig into what we want to look at. But, you know, late next week or the week after, whatever, I don't have much going on in life these days, so I'm just open anyways. But, you know, and I owe you guys a few meetings, so you just tell me when we're meeting again, and by gosh, I'll do my best to be part of it.
I think we wanted a decision this month so we could make decisions for the next school year in terms of staffing. I think we've accomplished that. I think future planning it's very clear, it's gelling around a South Side referendum regarding consolidation. And I think there's a lot to consider in that, and pushing that into the next meeting because of a timeline, I think, is unnecessary. I think we obviously want to have some answers in the next 60 days shaped up, but I want to make sure we get the right answer versus meeting a deadline. Our deadline that we had to meet was for staffing. We had to do that in February. I think we've addressed that for the next school year. Beyond that, I think we've got some time. We've got it figured out. We don't have all the time in the world, but I think we've got time to do
So the
that.
headline news is, right?
The headline
No
news
schools
is,
closing in fall, school board determining referendum.
yeah, that is
For
what we-
fall, right? Is that generally where people are at? Or are you not ready to make that? We still have the other lever to pull.
That sounds like that's what we've talked about. After, given Dr. Engel's commentary tonight and some of the public commentary, I feel more open to removing Polytech from the options if people wanted to entertain that again.
Where were you an hour ago?
I wasn't there yet.
I'm kidding.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of leaning towards, do we need to look at a different facility so that has greater capacity? That's what I would,
Add it to
I
Jeff's
think it
plan.
might come to that.
I'm done. I'm
Yeah.
done plans.
You made
Y'all
the-
are giving you multiple
I
plans.
really loved your plans. Except that one part of that one.
All right, at 10 o'clock, are there any motions then?
I'll make the motion that Trevor made earlier to remove Polytechnic from our considerations.
I'll second.
How dare you?
All right, we'll do a
You're
roll
too
call
quick,
vote.
guys, too.
For, like,
Is that you, Dr. Garcia, for the second? Thank you.
So
In
the
the current-
motion is to remove Polytechnic,
From our current series.
moving to a new location from our current discussions on the consolidation plans.
Thank you for expanding my words.
I don't, not forever.
Appreciate it.
Not forever, just for right
Not
now.
forever, correct.
Nothing's forever.
Nah.
Okay, roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
I'm a nay, I'm sorry, but I don't understand the reason behind it.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, so that one's struck from discussion on these going forward. If there are other motions that board members want to entertain at this time, we can, or we can move on in our agenda to.
I would entertain a motion, or maybe I should make a motion to cancel our meeting for tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Is there a second on that?
I guess I'll second it. No, yes, yes.
I mean, I want to meet, but I thought I'd make the motion so
Yeah.
that we decide for sure, one
Yeah.
way or the other.
We'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Korberg?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
Aye.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye.
Are there requests for information that folks have between now and the next 2 weeks?
Can, sorry.
Is there info in there, or maybe I couldn't find it, that you could do the same thing about, you did what, the impact versus how many students live closer from Emerson and Spence to Hogan? Could you do that for Hogan to Spence? I'm sorry. Tinchin to
Tension and
Spence.
Spence? Yep.
Could you also throw like State Road in there?
While you're at it.
We're supposed to be.
I just think that helps with the
Crossing off.
comparison.
Given that things seem to be revolving around two school options, I'll try and create a summary of information around those two that kind of combines a lot of different things from all this stuff so that folks have that to kind of look at.
I find the tables helpful that you have in here as well, so if you could, like, in
Oh,
removing
yeah, and
Polytechnic.
the other
and
good thing too would be enrollment. How many
Yeah.
students would end up there?
We have,
What's the-
it's in 1,000 different documents now, so, yeah.
But they wouldn't completely.
Right,
Can't.
right.
What do you think?
Maybe something
No.
about like, if we're going, sort of the question I already raised and you already kind of addressed, but maybe something when I'm fresher to think about it, but like, how do we manage our budget deficit over the next 2 or 3 years while we wait for, or while we plan and build, if a referendum were to pass, like what's our plan for meeting that need?
Yeah, like, how do we tell the public there's a deficit and we have to make changes, but we're fine the next 2 years, like,
Yeah, so just, what
Our-
does that look like?
Our intent was to come back in the first meeting in March with a budget plan to figure it out. And so that'll give us a month now to look at what we can do
Yeah.
to ensure that we get there.
Patty's gonna shake the money tree.
Yes, the state legislature keeps chopping it down, it's hard.
And I know some of the urgency is that, like, it's one thing to plan for a deficit for 2 or 3 years, and that's different from planning for a deficit for 20 years, that it's gonna get wider and wider, right? So some of the answer is, there's money to be used if it doesn't have to be used inexhaustively forever, but,
Any other requests for information, clarification?
I just wanna make sure you heard, the tables with the yearly outline here and removing Polytechnic from those and kind of
Yep.
updating them to reflect the new options would be really helpful. not the new options, but the revisions to the existing
You're
options.
looking for like 4 more courses of action, Mr. Sprague?
Yes. Great, thank you.
Step down immediately. All right, we got another question.
And this may be part of your announcements, so I may be jumping ahead, but do we have a meeting slated for February 12th?
That's a tentative one.
I'm not available.
We can say that we're gonna meet if we want. Maybe there will be a lot of community input between now and then that we want to. We, like Ms. Sukla has pointed out, we have indicated to the administration what our path forward is.
Yep.
It's a referendum. We do not have to meet on the 12th if we don't find it helpful. If we don't come to a decision on the 19th, we still have a little bit of time to winnow that down. Dr. Engel, what's the timeline you'd prefer for that?
For referendum?
Yeah.
Since this board is the one doing the heavy lifting on these decisions, my advice would be that this board would help craft that referendum and put it on the ballot.
So
So
before the
end of March.
April.
By mid-April at the very, very latest, by the first meeting in April would be ideal, but end of March is even better.
It's a month.
I just struggle with the new board members not having input on that. I
Yes.
just, if
But it's always the way. We have new board
There's
members
an election
every single year.
Yeah.
So there's never ever a situation where there aren't new board
We
members
could, we'd be waiting for.
answering in.
Two of them are pretty much guaranteed a spot, so it's not like we couldn't ask them. to-
Right.
Yeah.
It's true. But they don't get a vote yet. so.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, we're
Another
gonna move
que-
into announcements unless there are other requests for information.
No, the only,
Did someone already say this, but can you, drop like where the boundaries would actually be for the
Yes.
adoption?
For each of us.
I was wondering, Ms. Baumann, if we could have unanimous consent to forego the announcements and board debriefing, just move to agenda planning and then adjournment?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Do we have to do a roll call vote for that? Or do we need a second for that?
You can just
You
skip
could
it, Ms.
just-
We're
Bowman.
gonna skip it.
Jeff said enough already anyway.
So the agenda planning, we need to do a roll call vote, but first we need a motion and a second.
Make a motion to, wait, wrong one. Make a motion to approve the February 19th, 2024 Board of Education agenda with any additions or corrections.
Second.
All right, roll call vote.
Is that Dr. Jimenez?
Dr. Jimenez,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Berkedal?
Aye.
Dr. Garcia?
Aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Aye.
Dr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Newmeister?
Aye.
Mr. Corbett?
Aye.
Dr. Sprague?
Aye.
Ms. Sukla?
I.
Ms. Baumann?
Aye. All right, we will adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.